right. Okay, good morning. Get mic'd up here. My name is Patricia. I am going to be your guide on this journey. This is not a hard class. Please don't try to make it a hard class. I'm going to make everything super, super easy for you. Good morning, YouTube world. I'm going to make it super easy for you. All you have to do is stay reasonably awake. If you can manage to do that, we will get you all the information you need to not just pass the state exam, but to be successful out there in the workplace. We're going to cover a lot of information, though, in a very short amount of time. So it would do you well not to fall too far behind, because we only have 4 weeks to work with here, 8 class sessions, and they go super fast. You'll be sitting here in 2 weeks, and I'm going to say class is half over, and you're going to go, what? How? Come on in. Good morning. You want to have a seat there where the books are? And your name? Okay. Can you pass that down, please? Okay. So just try to stay reasonably awake. I will apologize now. I got sick yesterday. Started to come down with whatever this is. And I'm not sure how long my voice is going to hold out. So we're going to give it our best shot. But the first class, I talked nonstop for 4 hours. So we're going to do the best we can. But just kind of bear in mind, I'm just a little under the weather at the moment. This class does meet on Mondays and Wednesdays from 9 to 1 for 4 weeks. Please do not come on Tuesday. It's not Monday through Wednesday. It's Monday and Wednesday. If you come tomorrow, I will not be here. Classroom will open up about 10 minutes before class. If you're an early bird, go get a cup of coffee. I am not here that early. I have horrible time management skills. So don't come too terribly early. I will open it up about 10 minutes before. I don't know why the fire marshal tells me I have to tell you this, but the exit is there. Why you don't know that, I don't know, but in an emergency, go that way. If that one doesn't work, you can go out the back door. It's just straight out back. Unlock the door before you go out. It will let you out. It just won't let you back in. So unlock it before you go out. If you do, in an emergency, if you do go out the back, make a right. A left is going to lead you to a fence, which isn't going to help you in an emergency. So out the back to the right. Bathroom is right there beyond the archway. And you can eat and drink in this room. I have no problem with that. I know we're here 4 hours. But please clean up after yourselves. I am a mom. I'm just not your mom. Okay, so clean up after yourself. All right, two other things. Parking is on either side of the building. I know it's raining out there. If you parked in the front, no problem. We will have a break about halfway through. I will ask you to move your cars to the side of the building if you're parked in front. And cell phones need to be off or on vibrate. I have a lot of information to cover. I do it all from here. I'm getting older. And if your cell phone goes off, it will derail me. And it'll take me just a few minutes to get back on track. So I've been doing this for 17 years. I'm very good at what I do. That's not a brag. That's to give you some confidence. We are the number 2 textbook publisher for CNA in the nation. I know we're small. We're in Spring Hill, Florida, right? Nobody has ever heard about us, but we are making really big impacts in the CNA industry. So, and that's why we live stream. So we will have lots of people join us on live stream. You will see comments pop up on the screen every once in a while. I have a fantastic assistant who is sitting in a back office, and she is watching for comments, and she'll put them up on the screen for us, and I will answer them. So if you, for whatever reason, can't come to class on Wednesday, you have a flat tire, you don't have a babysitter, you're feeling under the weather, whatever the case may be, you can live stream in, and it's live. So it's just like you sitting here. You're getting the exact same information, and you can ask questions as they come up. We are located in a million places. We're on YouTube, streaming live. It's probably the best place to find us because you can type the comments in right there. We are on my website, foryourcna.com. We are on all social media channels. We are on the online course in the first lesson, and we're going to go over all of that in just a little bit. So don't get overwhelmed, but we can be very quickly and easily found. So if you can't come to class, at least try to remote in. If you can't remote in, then you're going to need to watch the replay because I'm not going to go over everything if you're absent. So you'll want to watch that replay. The replays are also helpful to you when you're getting ready to take the test because it's like a really quick review. And the good thing about YouTube is you can put me on double speed. So you can get through the content as a refresher pretty quick. I know I sound like a chipmunk when you do that, but it is effective. Okay. So you can attend in person. We prefer you in person. You're going to get more out of it in person. But if you're attending virtually, you're still going to get the same information and still have the same interaction as well. You do have this room available. This is what sets you apart from everybody else out there, YouTube world. They're all tuning in for free. So what makes it different for you? Why did you have to pay to be here? Well, for you, you get the books. You also get the practice room. So this practice room is available to you on Mondays and Wednesdays from 1:30 until 4. So after class up until 4 o'clock. So make friends, exchange phone numbers, create a group, whatever you're going to do. But you want to take advantage. Let's see here. Anybody not do? I know you haven't done this. You pass this over there. This is my email list. So this is the one thing that you do want to take advantage of because this is what is going to basically set you apart from everybody else, right? The ability to practice the skills. So you have this room available to you on Mondays and Wednesdays up until 4 o'clock, even after graduation. So for a month or so after graduation, you can come back in and you can practice right before your skills test. But again, you want to make some friends in here so you've got somebody to help you with the practice. Sound good? Okay. You will get a wrap-up email after class. Guys, I am, like I said, going to talk for 4 hours nonstop. And I'm not kidding. I'm going to talk for 4 hours. And that's a lot of information. And some of you have been out of school for a minute. So you may not be really up to date on studying methods. It's something that you did a while ago. So we're going to send you a wrap-up email. And that's what that email list that went around is all about. I want to make sure I have your email address. How many of you guys got my email welcoming you to class? Okay, if you did not get my email, come see me after class because I don't have your email address in there right. You'll want to get those after class wrap-up emails because it's going to give you links. It's going to give you the replay link for the live stream. It'll give you links to all the videos that we watched in class. It'll give you additional information, learning opportunities to help kind of cement in everything that we're going over. But I cover a lot of information. Like I said, I'm going to make it easy. You're not going to have to work hard at this class, but you will have to work. Okay? Does that sound fair? All right. And you're also going to get free access to the online course. We're going to get into that in a little while, the online course. I'm going to show you what it is, what it does, and why it might be helpful for you. So this is our book. You have this in front of you. That is my name on the cover. I am the author. Like I said, we are the #2 CNA textbook publisher in the nation. This book is being used by schools all over the country, not just schools, but employer training programs, some job corps, lots and lots of agencies out there are using our book. And it's because it's easy to follow. It's written in plain English, about a 6th grade level conversation, not a whole lot of big fancy words, nothing overdone. And the lessons are super short because I know you've got a lot going on in your life. I'm not going to drone on for hours about the same thing. So the book is yours. This book you can write in, you can eBay it, you can burn it. I don't care. It's yours forever and always. The yellow book, however, you're going to return to me on the last day of class. That's going to be homework reading only. We'll get into that a little bit later today. But don't write in the yellow book. However, we're going to jump right in just a minute. And the white book is, I do want you to know that you can write in it because you'll probably want to make some notes or at least refer to the notes I have made for you. So to get started, we're going to go to page 17 in our book. Let me tell you just a little bit about who I am and how I ended up here. My name is Patricia Laramie. I am an RN. I took the route up, CNA, LPN, RN. I have been a nurse for well over 30-something years. I've been doing this full-time for 17. This is my baby. I have developed this entire program myself from the ground up. And I put a lot of time and effort into it because I wanted a solution for you that made it easy to learn, practically guarantee that you'll pass a state exam because we're a million CNA short out there. I'm serious, a million CNA short. We need you. I don't have time to, have you fail 3 times, right? We need you. We need you like yesterday. So we needed a program that was effective for you, easy to learn, but would get you to pass a test. But it goes a step further than that. There's a lot of programs out there that can teach you to pass a test. The problem is that if you're not prepared for the workplace, you may pass a test, but you get out in the workplace and you fall apart and then you leave healthcare. And that didn't do you or us any good. And that's why I developed this whole program from the ground up to make sure that not only is it easy for you and you'll pass a test, but you can be successful in the workplace as well, which is what it's really all about. Okay. All right. You guys are here because you want to get employed, right? You want a job. You're not here for fun, although I'm hoping you'll have some while you're here, but that's not why you're here. So we want to make sure that we get all 3 of those goals met. If for any reason you feel that I'm falling short on any of those 3 goals, please let me know. This is your program. I'm just here to help you with it. So if you feel like I'm going too fast, if I'm not covering a topic well enough, if you have questions, please ask them. They're important. But I have been doing this for 17 years, so I know what you're going to ask before you ask it. So chances are I'll say, yep, hold on 1 second. I got that answer coming right up. Okay. So good? Fair? Any questions? All right. So the first thing, good afternoon from here in Qatar. Just an addict of Miss Patty. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, we have an international audience, guys. International audience. So welcome. Good afternoon there. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to start with today is a video. And this video is going to go over what the scope of practice of a CNA is, what it is that we are supposed to be doing. So it's going to lay a foundation. And you can sleep through pretty much anything else in my class. Don't sleep through this video because this is what we're going to refer to back over and over and over and over as we go through the program. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is learn about skill rules. Now, this is going to apply to every skill that's coming up. And the notes, I've actually taken all the notes for you. All the notes have been taken. They're in this book for you. The notes are going to be on page 18 for this video that I'm about to show you. Okay, so let's start out with the video. And then we'll discuss it right after.
plan and the CNA, why it's always about the care plan. A presentation brought to you by foryourcna.com. Thank you for joining For Your CNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for?
Certified Nursing Assistant?
That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please, don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job, because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the activities of daily living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Annie has dementia. And they will all require different care. Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone, but we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head-to-toe assessment. I will review all body systems to evaluate the patient for real problems and potential problems. This is a very long, complicated process, but here's a brief overview of a general assessment. I'm going to look at his neurological status. I'm going to look at his cardiac status and his respiratory system. I will also look at his integumentary system, which is hair, skin, and nails, and his gastrointestinal system. His urinary system is important, as is his musculoskeletal system. And then I will review his endocrine, lymphatic, and reproductive systems. And finally, I will review the doctor's orders for this patient. I will use all of this information to determine the patient's real and potential problems. Here's an example to put it into perspective. Let's say that this patient has just had a right hip replacement. Now we know that she will need to continue her activities of daily living. She still has to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, bathe, groom, and dress. And after my assessment, I know that she did all of those things herself until today. However, she cannot get out of bed for any reason for the next 3 days. So, since we know that she must stay in bed, I have to figure out how to meet all of her ADL needs. The easiest way to evaluate basic needs is using the TEAMS method: toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, and special. As the RN, I'll take all the information I gathered during the assessment to figure out the best way to help her. She can't get out of bed, so I have to figure out the best way to meet her elimination needs: bedpan or catheter. I also know she is at risk for constipation, since she's not moving much and she's on pain medication. This is a potential problem. She can feed herself, but the trays must be brought to her in bed. She can't sit all the way up because of surgery, but she can't eat lying flat either. She has dentures, so they must be within reach at mealtimes, and they must be cleaned daily. She's able to clean herself as long as the supplies are brought to her, but she can't reach her legs or feet, so she'll need help. She is on total bed rest for 3 days, and she also needs her dressing changed every day. You can see how the RN uses all the information available to create a plan of care specifically for this patient. This is called a care plan, and it's something that only an RN can do. Of course, this was a simplified version of the care planning process. A real patient's care plan is much more extensive. Every single aspect of her health, condition, and ability level will be evaluated in order to help her. Even the smallest decision can have long-term consequences. The RN will write a detailed care plan for the entire healthcare team to follow, and the care plan must be followed exactly.
So every patient will have a different care plan?
That's correct, Ben. Every care plan will be different because every patient will be different. Even patients that seem alike because they have a similar diagnosis or have had the same surgery may have differences in care. CNAs don't have enough education or experience to know all the differences. So as a CNA, your job is to read and follow the care plan for every individual patient. In fact, you could say that your job is to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Do you think you can do that? Can you follow directions exactly?
I can.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. Then you're well on your way to being a great CNA. But helping patients with ADLs isn't all that you will do. You are also there to help the nurses by making observations. The CNAs are the hands and the feet of the patient. If the patient is cold and cannot reach their sweater, you will get it for them. If the patient can't brush their own teeth, then you will do that for them. If the patient can't get up to shower, then you will help them stay clean. You will become their hands and feet to help patients with things that they can't do themselves. But you are also the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. You will report everything you see, hear, smell, or feel to the nurse. This is the most important task that you have as a CNA. If you see redness around a wound, you must report it. If you hear the patient wheezing after walking to the toilet, you must report it. If you feel that a patient's skin appears warmer than usual, you must report it. If you notice that a patient is coughing when eating, you must report it. As a CNA, you will be spending much more time with the patient than the nurse does. So you will be in a position to notice a lot more about the patient. The nurse needs this information to make decisions about the patient's care. Reporting these observations gives the nurse another assessment opportunity. That new assessment may even change the tasks you are assigned to perform. This is called the nursing process, and here's how it works. The RN assesses the patient and develops the care plan. This gives you specific tasks to do. While doing those tasks, you notice things. You report those observations to the RN, and the RN performs another assessment to review the changes in the patient. That new assessment prompts changes in the care plan, and this gives the CNA new tasks to do. And the cycle continues around and around as the patient gets better or worse. This is a continuous process until the patient is discharged.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying the care plan is going to change all the time?
Yes, it could, depending on the needs of the patient. Let me give you an example. The care plan told you to make an occupied bed in room 201. As you changed the sheets, you noticed that the skin on the patient's backside was red and irritated. You notified the nurse, who then reassessed the patient. The nurse decided that the patient needed to be repositioned every 2 hours around the clock. This was added to the care plan as another task for the CNA. Using this model, we can respond to the needs of the patient quickly as their needs change. But it also works for patients that are getting better too. You've been assisting Mr. Hopkins with transferring out of bed and into a chair after surgery. But you notice he isn't leaning on you any longer. You notify the nurse. The nurse reassesses the patient and decides that the patient can transfer on his own now. The care plan is changed, and this task is removed from the care plan since the patient is improving.
Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be bothering the nurse all the time? Won't they be annoyed?
The nurse should never be annoyed with you for reporting changes in the patient. They are legally liable for every aspect of that patient's care. Since the nurse requires that information to plan the patient's care, they expect to receive updates from you on the changes that you see. But how often you will have to report changes to the nurse will depend on the setting you are working in. Nursing home patients are pretty stable and don't really change all that often. That's pretty common for long-term care facilities, like nursing homes and ALFs and even home care. But in other settings, like hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and hospice, patients' health can change rapidly. In those settings, nurses and CNAs are going to work closely, and constant communication is required. Since CNAs must follow the care plan and are not allowed to alter it, they can't solve problems. The RN is ultimately legally responsible for the care of that patient. If you have information about the patient that you're not giving to the nurse, the patient can suffer, and the nurse is legally liable for that. Remember, you are an assistant. You are there to help, but the nurse is always in charge of the patient. So all changes, regardless of how minor they seem to you, must be reported to the RN. When the patient is stable, you will not have much to report and may go days without talking to the RN. But if you notice something, then it must be reported, even if you don't think it matters. If you aren't reporting observations, the nurse can't rely on you anymore. And if the RN can't rely on you, then you aren't a good assistant to that nurse. You must report to the nurse everything you see, hear, smell, or feel. Be a good assistant and report all changes and observations. This is the most important job you have. So the care plan is developed by the RN, gives the team tasks, CNAs follow the care plan, and report changes. Let's recap what we learned today. Can you tell me how a CNA knows what each patient needs?
The care plan.
As a CNA, you follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but
The care plan.
anything unusual that you notice about the patient, you must report it to
The nurse.
Great job. For the exam, you will receive a care plan. What should you do?
Follow it exactly.
That's correct. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail the exam. It's that simple. Now that you understand the care plan, I can show you how the skills will be done for the exam. But remember, you must always read and follow the care plan. That's a big part of the skills exam. Take the brief quiz below to make sure you understand. See you in the next lesson.
Any questions? How do we know what to do with each patient? Yeah, so every patient comes with an instruction manual. And it's important that you understand that. CNA should never say, I wonder what I should do. Or should I do this? If it's not on the care plan or the nurse didn't tell you to do it, the answer is no. No, you shouldn't. So everybody good on that? Let's
I missed something. Can you say it again?
I am not talking to you. All right, so let's talk about page 89, ADLs, because this is going to form the bulk of what CNAs do. So ADLs are things that you do for yourself all the time, every day. That's why they're activities of daily living. You eat, you drink, you toilet, you bathe, you groom, you dress, you get yourself wherever you need to go, you engage in socialization. Those are all ADLs. They're things you do for yourself every day. And as long as you can continue to do them for yourselves every day, you'll do them. It's only when we need help that somebody else has to step in. So you woke up this morning and you got yourself all ready with nobody's help and got yourself here. But what if you woke up tomorrow morning and both of your arms were broken? You wouldn't be able to care for yourself. There's going to be a lot of things you couldn't do for yourself that you did this morning. So you're probably going to need some help. First person you're probably going to call is mom, because that's who we call. Hey, mom, come help. But what if there was no mom? Or what if mom couldn't do it? Then you probably would rely on your significant other, whoever that is. If they weren't available, then you're calling your really close friends. But man, they'd better be pretty close because, toileting is in there. If there were no options, though, you still have to eat. You still have to toilet. You still have to bathe and groom. Those tasks don't go away just because you're incapacitated. So if you don't have family, if you don't have significant others, if you don't have close friends that can help you, well, now you're forced to rely on strangers. And those strangers would be CNAs. Does that make sense? Okay. So CNAs are there to help patients with the tasks that the patients would normally do for themselves if they could, but they can't. So we're going to help. But imagine how awkward it is. How many of you guys are physically capable of brushing your teeth? Okay. So how awkward would it be if I showed up tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock with a toothbrush and some toothpaste and said, open up? Right? It's going to be a little weird, isn't it? You're probably going to say, no, I've got it. I can do that myself. Go away. We don't help patients with things they can do on their own. First of all, it's awkward. They've been brushing their own teeth. They want to keep brushing their teeth. Thank you very much. I only need help with the things I need help with. Right? Make sense? But the other issue there is that mobility is good for the body. And if you go in and you take over everything and make your patient dependent, they actually will end up with way more health problems. Does that make sense? So we are going to help patients with the things that they need help with, but that's it. And the way that we know that, sorry guys, I've got a drippy nose there. The way we know that, what to do with each one, is through the care plan. So let's talk about this lady over here. She came into our nursing facility this morning, and I did a head to toe assessment. I know everything that's wrong with her. I know everything that needs to be done. I know everything that she can do herself and things she needs help with. And I am going to develop a plan for us all to be on the same page. But ultimately, I apologize. This room only has two temperatures, hot and cold. That's it. There's no middle ground. So when it starts to get a little cold, somebody throws something at me because I'm upright and moving. So I don't feel the temperature the same way you do. Okay. So somebody throws something at me when it gets too cold. Or let me know the penguins are wandering. Okay. So I've got a plan in place for her. Now, I'm ultimately responsible for her. Ultimately, it's all on me. So if her teeth don't get brushed, whose fault is that? Mine. Yeah. If her bed doesn't get made, whose fault is that? Mine. So all liability is on me. But if I've got 6 other patients just like her, it's going to be really hard for me to do all of my nursing stuff, calling the doctors, making the appointments, evaluating the labs, planning the care, doing the head to toe assessments, all of those things, and the medications and the treatments and all the nursing stuff that has to be done if I am in her room feeding her. Or if I'm in her room brushing her teeth. So what I need is somebody that I can say, hey, can you help me? You know how to brush teeth, right? Like you've brushed yours this month, right? So it's a routine task. You know how to do it. It's a stable patient. I don't expect anything to go on with her while you're brushing her teeth. So can you go take care of that for me? Okay, that is the role of the CNA. But you can only do the things I ask you to do. You can't like go in and say, oh, well, I'm going to go ahead and brush her teeth because you don't know enough about her. Maybe she has a huge hole in the top of her palate going up into her sinuses. And we don't want to use toothpaste on that because, that would be bad. You don't know enough about the patient to make decisions on what the patient needs or doesn't need. Does that make sense? Even something as simple as putting deodorant on. Because deodorant can interfere with some tests because it has aluminum in it. So when I say that CNAs can't do anything on their own, I mean they can't do anything on their own. It's either assigned by the nurse or in the care plan, or we don't do it. We don't make it up as we go. Does that make sense? All right. So the phrase I want you to remember is if you catch yourself saying, I think, stop. Stop. You cannot think. So how hard can the test be, guys? You can't think. How hard can this test be? So the written test, this is where everybody kind of gets in trouble on the written test because you think that you should be thinking. Don't think. Okay. If the question asks you to make a decision, we don't think. So let me give you an example of that. Okay. Let's go to page 20. And let's look at number 2. What's required to assist this patient to stand? A gait belt, a Hoyer lift, 2 caregivers, or a walker? What do you think? What's the best way to help this patient?
A gait or transfer belt.
Why?
Because it's over there in the care plan.
Okay. All right. Why can't we decide that our patient is unsteady and grab a walker? Easy answer, guys. Easy answer. What was your answer?
The care plan.
The care plan. That's right. So if this patient is unsteady and the care plan tells us to use a gait belt, what are we going to use? Are we going to grab a walker? We're going to grab a wheelchair? No, we don't get to make that decision. Now, if you think to yourself, oh, wait, they're unsteady though. I don't think a gait belt's going to work. Should you then go grab a walker or a wheelchair?
No, talk to the RN.
What's that?
Talk to the RN.
Talk to the RN. Absolutely. Because who is ultimately liable for the patient? The nurse. That's right. So if you have information that you're not giving to that patient, that nurse about the patient, the nurse isn't able to modify the care plan. So this is the care planning process. Okay. As the RN, I go in and I assess this patient. I find out all real problems and all potential problems. Guys, potential problems way bigger than real problems. Way bigger category. But I got to figure them all out. Okay. So I got to figure, this is called an assessment, head to toe. I'm looking at real problems and potential problems. Now, once I do that, I then have to come up with solutions. So if I've identified a problem, I either have to solve it, or if I've identified a possible problem, I have to prevent it. I can't ignore it. So care plans can get pretty extensive. And they're not just for CNAs. Care plans are for the entire care team. So physical therapy, dietary, social services, nurses, CNAs, speech therapy, everybody is involved in the care plan. Okay. Big stuff. Now, CNAs just have this much of the care plan, right? Because we focus on ADLs. So the RN assesses the patient and develops that care plan. They're either going to work on solutions or preventions, but it's all going to be in that care plan. That care plan tells you what to do. You become the hands and the feet of the patient. Okay, the hands and the feet of the patient. If that patient is too weak to get up and get a sweater out of the closet, who do you think needs to get the sweater? The CNA. Absolutely. If that patient is too weak to bathe themselves, who's going to bathe them? The CNA. So we are the hands and the feet of the patient. But while we're the hands and the feet doing these tasks, we're going to make some observations. So the patient is a little weaker today. They're breathing a little heavier today. Their skin is red. They're wheezy. Their appetite is down. Whatever observations you're making, you're going to make some. You're going to notice things. And this is basically all of your senses. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you smell? Because smell actually can tell us a little bit about patients. For instance, this is one of my favorites. There is a bacterial infection that smells like grape Kool-Aid. So if you walk into a patient's room and you smell grape Kool-Aid and you don't see any grape Kool-Aid laying around, you probably ought to let the nurse know, because they probably have a Pseudomonas infection brewing somewhere. Okay. So things that we smell can clue us in. We also want to pay attention to what we feel. So if the skin is warm to the touch, or cold and clammy, or scaly, or whatever we're feeling as well. So we're going to use our senses here. And then who do we report those observations to? The nurse. I want you to pay attention. This is our job right here, right? Everybody focuses on this part. What do I have to do? Teach me the skills, right? What do I have to learn how to do? We focus on the doing, but half of our job is over here, observation. Half of your job. This right here, this part right here is what separates a CNA from every other healthcare provider. Those observation skills. Good? Okay. Home health aides aren't trained to do that. Phlebotomists, they're not trained to do that. Everybody gets stuck here, the do. CNAs have to observe and report. Make sense? That's kind of important. Good? Okay. So when you report those observations to the nurse then has to reassess the patient. I got to go. You come in and you tell me, hey, the patient's weaker today. I got to go in and find out why. Why are they weaker? Are they weaker because they've been confined to bed for 3 days? Maybe we need to get some exercises going or some physical therapy or get them out of bed. That could be a potential solution. Are they weaker because their electrolytes are off? I got to go look at the labs. Are they weaker because they fell last shift and nobody reported it and they got injured? Are they weaker because they're not eating very much? Their protein intake is down. So when you're telling me the patient is weaker, I have to go through all potential causes and research it and figure out what is actually causing this and then come up with a solution or a prevention. That takes a lot of brain power, guys. So if you're nurse is sitting at the nurse's station and you think she's not doing anything, she may be assessing the situation. Does that make sense? Okay. So do you guys understand the care planning process? So as I go in and I do a new assessment based on new information, that could potentially change the care plan. Sure. So if you tell me this patient is weaker and I look at the patient, I realize they haven't gotten out of bed in 3 days, then I'm probably going to get a doctor's order that they can get out of bed. And my care plan is now going to say, instead of bed rest, it's going to say out of bed 2 times a day in the chair. Make sense? Okay. And then we would progress from there. Walk 10 steps. Walk to the door. Walk around the nurse's station, right? We're going to progress. And every time we progress, it changes the care plan. Good. So when you understand this, the CNA exam actually becomes pretty easy because you understand your role in the nursing process. And by understanding your role, fundamentally, you can then answer the state exam questions very easily. I have another resource for you that will help you with that. But let's put this into practice really quickly. On page 20, you have those 4 care plans. And you have 8 questions. So I want you to take a few minutes and go ahead and answer those 8 questions. I have a timer up here on the screen. Those of you playing along at home, if you don't have my book, you probably want to order it. Caitlin will put it in the chat. But this is how you can play along with what we're doing in class is with the book. If you do have the book, it's on page 20. Go ahead and answer those questions. When you're done, you can just put your pens down so I know who's still working. We do have a 15-minute break around 10:30-ish, just for your own knowledge. If you need to use the restroom at any time, it's right there beyond the archway on the right. You don't have to ask permission. Just get up and go. You're adults. I can't breathe.
That's hard.
Yeah. Bear with me, guys. I know I sound like sound horrible. All right, looks like everybody is done. Okay, so to remind you, let me go back here. Let's look at these. Caitlin, can you take the banner down for me? So let's look at these individually real quick. We're going to go over these answers. So number 1 says, you receive the displayed care plan. How far will you walk this patient? A, until the patient gets tired. B, to the bathroom and back to bed. C, 10 steps. Or D, physical therapy will walk the patient. What do you guys think? C, why? Easy answer. Care plan. Okay. All right. And number 2, we already went over that we needed a gait belt. So again, that was based on the care plan. Number 3, you receive the displayed care plan. Which body part will you exercise? What do you guys think? A, right hip, knee, and ankle. But let's stop there for a second. Time out. Exercise is good. Everybody knows exercise is good, especially if the patient's trying to heal. Why couldn't we exercise other body parts?
And the RN had a reason for not having you exercise it. I don't know what it is at this point, but she had a reason not to
Absolutely.
do it.
Very good. All right. So you guys all get that? That sometimes your brain will try to throw curveballs at you. Well, exercise is good. But our answer here is, what does the care plan say? We always follow the care plan. Does that make sense? Good. If you understand this, the test takes care of itself. Okay? Because for the test, you're going to get a care plan. What do you think you need to do? Follow it. It's an open book test, guys. Care plan. Do what it says, but don't throw anything extra in. That's where people end up failing the test. Okay? Be really careful there, because if the care plan said right hip, knee, and ankle, and you did the right arm too just because you're there, you will fail the test. Why do you think you failed? Right. And remember that that is the most important job we have. Not range of motion is not the important job here. Following the care plan is. Does that make sense? So that's important that you know, because if you go online and you go into YouTube world, and there's lots and lots and lots of skills videos out there, a lot of those videos will show you a lot of extra things to do that aren't on the care plan. Should we do them? No, we have to follow the care plan. Those extra things might be perfectly fine for that patient over there, but this one, the one we have the care plan for, does not tell us to do that. Do you guys understand that? Okay. If you've got that down, man, the test becomes super easy because all you have to do is read and follow. All right. So number 4, you receive the displayed care plan. How many repetitions will you perform? 3. Yeah. Why? Care plan said. So do you guys remember playing Simon Says when you were a kid? What are the rules of Simon Says? Okay, do what Simon says. And if you don't do it quick enough, you're out. And if you do something Simon didn't tell you to do, get rid of Simon. It's now the care plan. Okay, so you're going to follow the care plan. You're going to do it quickly, and you're only going to follow the care plan. Okay, so CNA work, huge game of Simon Says. Huge game of Simon Says. Okay. Number 5, you receive the displayed care plan. What is a safety concern for the patient? A, how do we know they're in an inappropriate position? Yeah, no care plan in the real world is going to tell you that. They do this for the test because they want to make sure that you're reading that care plan. No matter what your eyes are telling you, you want to ask the patient to sit up straight, right? So the care plan is giving a little bit of extra information on the test that you may not have in a clinical setting. But the one thing that I want to bring up is I've just spent the last 30 minutes talking about the care plan, and nothing but the care plan, right? But there's one thing that's actually above the care plan. And that one thing is safety. So care plan is top of the list, except if it's unsafe. If you think that a task that you are assigned to do is unsafe, should you do it? No. Even if the care plan told you to, should you do it? No. What should you do with that information? Tell the nurse, right? So we as CNAs only have 2 options here. We either follow the care plan or we tell the nurse. That's it. That's it. So some of you are going to ask me in a few minutes, well, what if the patient refuses? Well, we either follow the care plan or we tell the nurse. Well, what if I don't think the patient can transfer? Well, we either follow the care plan or tell the nurse. You guys see that there's only 2 doors for us? Okay. So you're going to be talking to the nurse a lot, but it depends on the setting that you're in. If you're in a hospital, you and the nurse can become best friends because you're going to be talking to them all day long about what's going on with that patient because patients change rapidly. If you're in a nursing home, those patients may go decades without changing. And you may not be talking to the nurse a whole lot, just going about doing your daily tasks. So the setting is going to play a big part in how much communication you're going to need to have with your nurse. Good? I will say this. I wish that I could tell you that all nurses out there are phenomenal. I wish with all my heart I could tell you that. They're not. We have bad servers at restaurants. We have bad cashiers at big box stores. And we do have bad nurses. It's a fact of life. Okay. But if you find yourself in a situation where it's you versus the nurses, the patient is going to lose. Every time. The patient is going to lose. Because now it's a power struggle between you and the nurse. And nobody's looking out for the patient then. So be careful about that. Okay. I know that not all nurses are good nurses. I know it. But it's not our job to change them. Okay. And if you catch yourself in a power struggle, it can actually be really bad for your patients. So find a new shift, find a new floor, find a new place to work. But try not to get caught up in that power struggle. Okay. Good. All right. So number 6 is documentation required for this skill. Yes. Why? It's on the care plan. Yeah, absolutely. But anything we measure, we have to document. For the test, it's going to be on For the test, it will be on the care plan, but in a clinical setting, you need to know that if you count something, you have to document it. Because in your mind, it doesn't do the nurse any good. Okay. And then number 7, which vital signs are you required to obtain? Pulse. Why can't we do all of them since we're there? Care plan says. Okay. And number 8, how long do you need to count for? All right. I'm going to tell you that that question right there is one of the number 1 most failed skills on the state exam. Guys, I'm sorry. I normally stand, but I've got to sit. I have no breath. Just make sure everybody can see me. Can everybody see me okay? All right. Sorry. Okay. So number 8 is the most failed skill, pulse. People don't count for as long as a care plan tells them to. If you go onto YouTube and you type in how to take a pulse, there's probably about 200 videos on there that'll show you how to take a pulse. And every one of them is going to be a little bit different. Some of them will tell you to count for 1 full minute. Some of them will show counting for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 to get your full minute. Some of them will say 30 seconds and multiply by 2 to get your full minute. Some of them will tell you to use a pulse ox. We don't even count anymore. Just put the finger clip thing on your finger and get your pulse. So there's a million different ways to take a pulse. Okay. How do we know which one of those we have to use for the test? The care plan. So if you go to a CNA program that is just teaching you the how to do the skills and doesn't go over the care plan, you're not getting a complete education. Right? You may know how to take a pulse, but remember the care plan is going to give you the specific information for this patient. So what I'd like you to do, just to clarify this, in your yellow book, go to the index at the very back of your yellow book and look up care plan. Now, this is the number 1 CNA textbook used in schools all over the country. Remember I told you we're number 2? This is number 1. Look up care plan in the index. Now, we know care plan is super important, right? Forms the basis of everything we do. How many pages? So the care plan really should be on every single page of this book if it's that important, right? But if you actually look at the book, they only mention it twice. That's a problem. That's a problem. Because if you're looking at the yellow book, you're going to just absolutely gloss over the fact that that care plan is important in your life. And that's why I have to start with the care plan. Okay. The care plan should have a whole lot more than just 2 paragraphs. Does that make sense? Good. So we are going to use this yellow book. It covers the information. It's boring. It's a textbook, but it has necessary information. You're going to take it home and you're going to leave it there. We do not work out of the yellow book in class. The white book, the spiral one, you want to bring that back and forth to class because that's the one that we work out of. Okay, the yellow one is just for homework reading. And remember, it may not be complete, so I'm going to fill in the gaps as we go, just like the care plan. Good? Makes sense? So pulse is failed very often, but it's failed predominantly because people don't count for 1 full minute like the care plan says. It's not failed because they get the wrong number. It's failed because they don't follow the care plan. Wouldn't it be nice for you, though, if you had the testing care plans? I mean, if I could tell you, hey, guys, I've got the testing care plans. I know what it's going to say when you go to test. Wouldn't you want those? Yeah. Wouldn't you want those? Well, those care plans that you just read are the testing care plans. If you get pulse, this is exactly what that testing care plan is going to tell you to do for pulse. If you get feeding, this is the exact care plan. If you get range of motion, hip, knee, and ankle, this is the exact testing care plan. But these are only 4. We have to learn 20 skills. So if you go to page 25, you will see all of the testing care plans. When you go to the test, you are going to be assigned 3 skills to perform. And it's going to look something like this. Theirs are printed on yellow paper too. Mine's more gold. And theirs aren't quite as pretty. But the words are exactly the same. This is what you have in your book. These that you have in this classroom have the checklists on the back. These are the exact checklists that you're going to be graded on. When the evaluators give you your care plan, they have the checklist. When you do the step, it gets checked off. And you guys all have access to this. Any questions on that? No? All right, so we perform the skill as directed on the care plan. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. And while we're following the care plan, what are we going to do? Observe. And then who do we report those observations to? The nurse. Okay. Everybody good?
Those blanks that were filled in, were those in the book?
So if you go to page, hold on a minute. Actually, go to page 27. We'll do it that way. These are all of the puzzle pieces that we are going to learn. You can see the very first one is skill rules. And if you want a bigger version of it, go to page, hold on, 17. So if you look at page 17, every principle that we're going to learn is going to have a page like this. All of those principles, by the way, are on the back wall. You are going to learn everything on that back wall in the next week and a half. But we're not going to use memorization. We're going to learn it, not memorize it. Okay? So everything on that back wall, you're going to learn by the end of week 2. And you're going to recite them to me, by the way, together in class, just like we just did. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and okay. While we're doing that, what are we going to do with the patient? Observe. And who do we report those to? The nurse. So we're going to do this over and over and over. I use a lot of review in my class to make sure that you get it. Remember I said it's not a hard class. Don't try to make it hard. I'm going to make it easy for you. Okay. But we also, I usually talk about this a little bit later. We also have flashcards. So this has those same blanks, and on the back has them filled in. Okay. So the flashcards are available for, you guys can purchase them. They're on that page that I put. I sell them for, I think it's $25 online, but while you're enrolled, you get them for $14.99 plus tax. Uncle Sam always has to have his cut. You can also make your own. Okay. But this is where you would find this. So remember I said I took notes for you? Everything I'm about to say is in this book. Everything. All right. So page 25, we've just talked about that, has all of the testing care plan sets. So when you go take the test, they're going to assign you to do 3 skills. Those 3 skills are pre-portioned. So there's 11 sets of skills. And that's because there's a formula they have to follow here. Every one of these sets has, I think I've got it here. No. Has an ADL skill. Remember, ADLs are bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding, all those things. So you get one ADL skill. You're going to get one mobility skill. And you're going to get one documentation skill. So all of that is on page 20, bottom page 24. Shows you how each one of those care plan sets are made up of an ADL skill, a documentation skill, and a mobility skill. Now, if you look at this, so if you're looking at page 24, do you see that little video clapboard thing? That tells you that there's a video for that. I have an animated video that I created for that. So it's going to be on my website for yourcna.com, but you're going to get a link in the wrap-up email today to that video. So you can go back and review it. Okay. Like I said, we make this so easy. Plug and play. All right. So let's talk about your scope of practice. Let's go to page 22 and cover your scope of practice. You're going to be taught to do 20 skills in here. And these 20 skills form basically the foundation of CNA work. Most of them are ADL skills. A few nursing skills as well. Things like blood pressure, pulse, respirations, emptying a catheter bag, that type of thing. But most of what we do is bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding. Because the rest of medicine doesn't count if your patient doesn't have their daily needs met. So what we do is actually way more important than the medical team. Because nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. Okay, does that make sense? So we provide a very, very, very valuable service for patients. It doesn't do them any good to have a gallbladder surgery if nobody's helping them with urination, right? So we've got to understand our role here. Most of what we do is ADLs with a few nursing tasks thrown in there. But wherever you go to work, you may be asked to do different tasks. And that's where your scope of practice comes in. So you have to know, what am I allowed to do? What am I not allowed to do? And this is a very, very common question out there. So I'm going to make it super easy for you. Super easy. Have you been trained to do it? If the answer is no, you can't do it. If the answer is yes, then we want to ask, is our patient stable? If the answer is no, you can't do it. If the answer is yes, then we're going to go on to another question. Did the nurse ask me to do this? If the answer is no, we're not going to do it. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're going to continue to follow our care plan. But CNAs are going to do tasks that they've been trained to do. Now, in here, we're going to learn 20. That's a basic foundation. But out there, you may be asked to learn additional tasks, and that's perfectly okay. They are going to have to train you on how those tasks need to be done, though. Okay, does that make sense? Good. All right. So the example that I give here is many years ago, I hired a house cleaner. It's the only time I've ever hired a house cleaner. And I just kind of assumed, because I didn't know, that when you hired a house cleaner that they knew what they were supposed to do. Okay. So they came in, team of 3 people, and I said, okay, well, I want you to clean the house. You know, don't do laundry or anything. I've got the dishes done, but, clean the house, floors, back, bathrooms, clean the house. Well, I realized after the house was cleaned that they really needed some additional instructions, like how I wanted the house clean. because when they cleaned the sliding glass doors, they only went up as high as they could reach. So then I had all these like areas at the top that were all icky. When they mopped the floor, they didn't pick up the throw rugs, so they just mopped around the throw rugs. Just weird things like that. Like I that's not how I would have cleaned, you know? So help isn't help if it doesn't help. So I paid for a house cleaner and then I had to go back and do it myself. So I haven't hired another cleaner since then. But help isn't help if it doesn't help, right? So when you go to work for an employer, they're going to have certain things that they want you to do, and they want you to do those things the way they want them done. So that means that you have to learn their processes, what's expected of you. Now, some of this is going to happen during orientation. Some of it will happen during monthly meetings at work where they go over different policies. Some of this information you'll get from your policy and procedure manual at work. But guaranteed, your employer has a way they want things done. Help isn't help if it doesn't help. Does that make sense? That also includes delegated tasks. So let's say that you are working in a same-day surgery center, okay? And you're working in pre-op. And your job is to get them out of their clothes and into a gown, clothes in a bag, and vital signs, right? Well, you know how to do all that. You don't need any additional training for that. That's pretty easy. But you talk to her and you say, hey, I love where I work, and they've got an opening in post-op. Now, when you go into post-op, you're not going to be doing the same task. You're not getting those patients out of clothes and into a gown. You're not going, you'll be doing vital signs, but your tasks are going to be different because you're trying to get them ready to go home at the end. Make sense? Even though you're both CNAs, different tasks. You may be trained to take out catheters because catheters are a very common thing during surgery. We don't like you peeing on our sterile fields. So you may be trained to take out catheters, which is absolutely a super simple task. Super simple, but you can be trained to do it at the bedside. It doesn't have to be in a classroom. Training can be at the bedside. Can be in a training room in your facility. Training is done all different ways, but you can't do that task until you've been trained. Now, even though you're both working in the same place, you're trained on how to take out a catheter. You are not. But let's say that you cover for her one day and the nurse says, hey, can you take a catheter out in room 4? What are you going to say? I haven't been trained. So make sense? That is your scope of practice. This can get pretty tricky. Scope of practice usually has produces a lot of questions in students. So I created this. This is called the 5 key phrases. This is on page 13 of your book. And this will keep you safely within your scope of practice. So the foundation of everything we do is the care plan, but not just the care plan, it's the whole care plan and nothing but the care plan. To keep us, so that's our foundation, but to keep us inside where we need to be, we do normal. Now, that term normal means routine tasks on stable patients, according to the care plan. So if it's not a routine task, not something routine, you can't do it. If it's not on a stable patient, you can't do it. If it's not something you've been trained to do, you can't do it. If it's not on the care plan, you can't do it. So CNAs do normal, routine tasks, on stable patients. Good? Normal. If it's outside of normal, who would you tell? The nurse. Now, the other side is Principal's Guide Performance. And that's where we're going to get into all of this stuff on the back wall. This is going to tell us how to do those tasks. These are our rules. And as long as we're following our rules, we're good. Okay. So we're going to do normal tasks. What is that? That was weird. We're going to do normal tasks, and we're going to use our principles to tell us how to do those tasks. Good. And then above it all, above everything else, we have to remember that it's always about the patient. Always. And that's going to be important. That's actually my hardest job here. My hardest job is not showing you the skills. It's not teaching you how to pass the written test. I've already done that. Follow the care plan. Don't think. That's not my hardest job. My hardest job is to get you to stop focusing on you and to start focusing on the patient. Because right now you're focused on the test. Oh my gosh, I've got this test in my horizon. I want to pass. I'm scared to death. I know I have to do skills. I know there's a written test. Are they going to throw me curveballs? I mean, this is all the stuff going on in your brain. And in all of that, not once did you think about the patient. Yep. When the evaluators are grading you, do you know who they're paying attention to? Yeah, they're not paying attention to you. They could care less about you. You are a body that is caring for that patient. That patient is who they're focusing on. So you're thinking about your steps. Oh my gosh, what if I forget to say my name? What if I forget a supply? What if I forget a step? Me, right? The evaluator is not focused on that at all. At all. They're focused on how those things affected the. So, what if you forgot to tell them your name? Well, do you want a stranger working on you in your most private personal areas? No, you need to know who they are, right? So, that has an impact on the patient. If you forget a supply, evaluator doesn't care, but they are going to care if you reach into that clean supply closet with dirty hands or soiled gloves, because that affects the patient. If you forget a step, they don't care. It's how did that forgotten step affect the patient? So that's my hardest job, is to get you to stop focusing on yourself and start focusing on the patient. Okay. And then we always remember that at the end of everything, we report all observations to the nurse. So everything went great, no problems, or I noticed this. Okay. Good. That is what keeps you within your scope of practice. It's called the 5 key phrases. And it is so important. It's on every single banner, and it's also on the back of your ID badge. If you can't remember anything else in this program, that is something that you need to know. Because those 5 key phrases sums up this entire program. We're going to focus on each one as we go. Okay, good. Told you, easy. Easy peasy. Oh, I already went through there. Sorry. All right. So a question that a lot of people ask on delegation is, okay, but are there any tasks I can't do? And this is going to vary state by state. It's not just going to vary state by state, though. It's also going to vary employer by employer. Because everything you do, that nurse is liable for. But do you know who else is liable? The facility. Because if you mess up, that family or that patient isn't going to sue you. You don't have any money. You're making like barely or minimum wage. You've got nothing they want. The nurse they can get a little further with. They're making a little better money, but still not enough. Who do you think has big bucks in this scenario? So who are they suing? The facility. That's right. So your facility is going to have liability for everything you do or don't do. They're first on the list when it comes to a lawsuit. So we have to be aware of that, right? So your employers are going to determine what is delegatable, what they're willing to accept responsibility for, and what is not. So your facility where you two work, the employer decided that removing a catheter is something that they're willing to train a CNA on, and they're accepting liability for it. Okay. But let's say that you move to a different facility and you can tell them, yeah, I know how to take out catheters. They're like, not here, you don't. Because their policy is that only is going to be done by the nurse. So good? Makes sense? So there's two things that are going to affect what can be delegated. State law, and in Florida, pretty much anything a nurse can do, you can be delegated. Pretty much. And employer mandates. Okay? What they're willing to accept responsibility for. Make sense? That's what's going to affect delegation where you go. So this question comes up a lot. Am I allowed to do that? Now, I'm plugged into a ton of CNA groups on Facebook. This comes up at least once a week. Nurse asked me to do this. Can I do that? And people will chime in. I mean, there'll be hundreds of comments. Yes, in Pennsylvania, we're allowed to do that. No, in New Jersey, we don't. And, you know, somebody say, well, I'm in New Jersey and I do that. You know, I mean, it's just like all kinds of chaos out there when it comes to this, right? Am I allowed to do that? Guys, it's super simple. Have I been trained? And does my employer allow it? Is my patient stable? That's all you need to know. Have I been trained? Does my employer allow it? Is the patient stable? And if the answer is yes to all of that, then yes, you can. It doesn't matter where you work. Okay. Good. Questions? So page 20 or page 15, I'm sorry, talks about liability. We've talked a little bit about liability. Let's get into it just a little bit more. As long as CNAs are operating under the care plan, you have no liability. No liability. As long as you're doing things the way you were trained to do and the care plan or the nurse told you to do those things, you're good. You're covered. The nurse is accepting responsibility. It's when you start thinking that things get a little muddy. Let me give you a good example of this. So there was a CNA that was working in a long-term care setting. And one of the hall, they had all their diabetics down one hallway. And this CNA was trained on caring for diabetics. You know, doing foot care, hand and nail care, all of this stuff. So there was a patient there that had very brittle diabetes. Now, brittle means that their numbers are up and they're down, and it's not really any correlation to food and medication. It's like the blood sugars have a mind of their own. They're just all over the place, right? All the time. And that's what it means to be brittle. Okay. So the patient would tell the CNA, I'm dizzy today, I'm weak, and the patient be sweating. The CNA would go find the nurse. The nurse always mixed sugar and orange juice, gave it to the patient. The patient got better. And this went on for like weeks. Patient would complain. The CNA would go to the nurse. Nurse would give the patient sugar and orange juice. Patient got better. And this one day, the nurse, her main nurse, was out of off or something. She had a substitute nurse who was in on break in the dining room, meals, whatever. And she couldn't find the other nurse that was covering because the other nurse was involved in an emergency or something. So she's kind of on her own at this point. And the patient is pale and sweaty and not feeling well. So she thought she was doing a good thing. She went and got sugar and mixed it in orange juice and gave it to the patient. And instead of the patient getting better, the patient got markedly worse and ended up in a diabetic coma and ultimately died. Now, she did exactly what the nurse did. Why was it a different outcome?
Amount of sugar added could be a play.
Could be the amount of sugar added. There was a piece of information missing from her. The patient had a continuous blood glucose monitor on. So every time the CNA would tell the nurse the patient is pale, sweaty, dizzy, weak, the nurse would look at the readout and see where the patient's blood sugar was, because it's a continuous blood glucose monitor. It actually goes to a station and she could look up the blood glucose level. CNA didn't know that. CNA didn't need to know that. It wasn't part of their workflow, right? So because the CNA didn't look at the blood sugar, this blood sugar was not low, it was high, and the symptoms can be very similar. She treated the patient for low blood sugar when the patient actually had high blood sugar. So we dumped a bunch of extra sugar into the system that the patient wasn't able to process, and it ultimately killed him. Do you think the nurse is going to take responsibility for that? Did the nurse tell her to do that? So why would the nurse take responsibility for a CNA doing something that they were not told to do, that was not in the policy and procedure manual? Do you think the facility is going to take responsibility for that? So who's taking responsibility? The CNA. Not only does the CNA have to live with the fact that they killed somebody, well-meaning or not, they are now liable for that action because they were not under the. Yep. Do you guys see how important that is?
That's a tough situation.
It is a tough situation, absolutely.
What happened to the CNA, do you know?
I don't know. I don't know what the final dispensation of that was. I would imagine that they're no longer working in medicine just because they don't understand their scope of practice. And in most cases, they do try to remediate. You know, it's not like a one and done type thing. They do try to remediate, but that's kind of a biggie. That's a biggie. So we really do need to understand that what we do matters. It matters. And as CNAs, we're always coming at this with incomplete information. You didn't do the assessment. You're not the nurse. You don't have all of the variables that are going to be taken into consideration. So be really, really careful about making decisions. Something that simple could have a catastrophic effect. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay, Allie says, does everyone have the same test exam the day they will do it? No. You will get one of 11 care plan sets on testing day. There's 11 possible. You'll get one. And some people may have the same. We're going to get into the test in just a minute, how the test works. Some people may have the same one, but most of the time they're going to be different. Okay. But no, you will not have the same one as everybody else that test day. All right, so let's get into the exam. Actually, let's go ahead and go on break. Because it's 10:30-ish now. So normally somewhere between 10:30, 10:45, I give you a 15-minute break. Today I'll give you until 10 till, so we'll do just 17 minutes. Let me put that down. Come back at 10 till and we will get into the test process. If anybody is parked in front, if you can move onto the side of the building, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Exchange numbers. Yeah. I don't know who, that's my number. Thank you. And if you don't mind writing down yours, then I can enter it later. I'll just sit there and do that. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I never know. Partner practice on.
All right. Any questions on what we've gone over so far?
I think you said that there was a special symbol or emblem to show that we could watch a video on it, and I didn't catch what that was.
Oh, do you see the video clapboard in the middle
Yeah.
right there? That tells you, if you see that on any of my lessons, it tells you I have a video for it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So I have videos on basically everything that I'm telling you. Some are animated lessons, like what we just saw in the care plan video. Some are live, like skills demonstrations. But I have videos for everything. Here, I usually end up talking rather than showing you all the videos, but you do still have them available to you.
Yeah.
So on page 12, we're going to start talking about the exam. The second week of the program, I'm going to give you the registration forms. We're going to go through them together so I can make sure that you've got the right things in the right places. And then you will submit your registration when you are ready. Everybody tests at a regional testing site, which means you're testing with everybody else in Florida, not just the people in this classroom. Okay. They test 7 days a week. So you may get a Sunday test date. They even test on holidays, just not major holidays. So Christmas, New Year's, Easter Sunday, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, and Thanksgiving. That's it. That's all they take off. So they will test on Mother's Day.
So they tell you when you'll be doing
Right.
the test.
And we're going to talk about that in just a second. So Anthea says, which skills do we use 2 sets of gloves? Bedpan, you'll need 2 sets, and denture care, you'll need 2 sets. Other skills, it's going to be based on what you're doing and how soiled your gloves get. So you want to change your gloves anytime they're visibly soiled and you're going to be touching something clean. Just kind of keep that in mind. Okay. see here. Do you have to clean the cap on the urinary bag? We actually are going to get into that in class 7. So if you go back and watch the replay on the last class session, class 7, we'll go over catheters and the care of catheters. So I'll answer that in that replay. I don't want to get into it here because it's not relevant to what we're talking about today. All right. So let's go into the state exam. So on testing day, our closest testing center is in Tampa. I can't breathe. Our closest testing center is in Tampa. Those of you who are coming down from Citrus County, there is one in Ocala that might be a little bit quicker for you. But either way, Tampa, Ocala. You'll be testing with people that you don't know, basically 7 other strangers. They test 8 people a day per center. And when you go, you can only take 3 things in with you. You can only take your test admission letter, your 2 forms of ID, and your car keys. You can't take study material. You can't take a phone. You can't take any electronics. No smartwatches are allowed, nothing like that. So just your keys, your test admission letter, and your 2 forms of ID. If you're getting dropped off, the best thing to do is keep all that stuff out in your car, your purse and your phone and everything. But if you're getting dropped off, you can't, keep everything in the car. So they will have a locker there that you can lock everything up, but you can't have it on you. Okay. You also, let me talk about the ID real quick. The ID that you're required, they have to make sure that you are you. They actually had a situation where somebody was testing for somebody else. People. So they, by law, have to make sure that you are you. So you've got to have 2 forms of ID that prove you are you. And the names on those 2 forms of ID have to match. One has to be a photo ID. The other one has to have a signature. So like your driver's license and your social security card would work fine. Or maybe a passport and a debit card would work okay. Just make sure one is non-expired government issue with a photo. So passport, military ID, state ID, driver's license, that type of thing. Second one has to have a signature and the names have to match.
Also, if my passport doesn't have the same last name as my driver's license, then I can use that.
No. Just use whichever one has the name that you're registering under. Okay. Good. So we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get into the test. After you get checked in, they're going to send you to a waiting room. And off the waiting room is going to be 2 rooms. There's a computer room where you're going to take the written test, and there's a skills room where you're going to demonstrate your skills. But everybody initially will be in the waiting room. Now, this is not the time to make friends, guys. It's really not, because anxiety is high. You're getting ready to test. And what ends up happening, we were a testing center here for many years, and I saw it firsthand all the time. People in the waiting room, because you're nervous, you're going to start talking amongst yourselves like, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. I can't remember. Were you supposed to use 5 paper towels when you wash your hands, or is it 10? I can't remember. And you're going to be like, huh? What? And then somebody else is going to say, oh no, my teacher told me that you have to do this. And you're going to be like, huh? My teacher didn't tell me that. So what do you think happens to your stress level as you sit there and hear all that? It goes up. This is not the time to make friends, guys. Just close your ears. There's a million ways to do the skills. They're not right. They're not wrong. It's just different. I need you to follow what I'm telling you. Okay. I just got an email from an evaluator up in New York, one of the people that actually grade you. And she said that the people that she wanted to reach out to me because the people that she has evaluated that used for your CNA are well prepared and they all passed with flying colors. And she wanted to give me a, and she also wants to collaborate on a project. So I'm teaching you what you need to learn. Okay. But other instructors teach differently. It doesn't mean they're right. It doesn't mean they're wrong. But if you start listening to that in the waiting room on testing day, your stress level is going to mount, and you may be incapable of performing well just because of the stress. So don't make friends. Okay. But once they check you in, they're going to ask you a question. We're going to get back to that question in just a minute. But they're going to ask you a question, and then they're going to leave the waiting room. In Florida, we have 2 evaluators. They're going to leave the waiting room, and they're going to be gone for like 15, 20 minutes. You're going to be sitting there like, come on, let's go. I want to test. I want to get this over. I'm stressed. And they're not having a coffee break, I promise. I'm going to come back and tell you what they're doing in that 15 to 20 minutes in just a moment. Okay. So you are there with 7 strangers. You don't know these people. They're not the people from this class. We do not all test together. You are there with 7 strangers, and they've got to pair you up into groups, and it's not random. They don't just point at 2 people and say, okay, you 2 are together, you 2 are together, you 2 are together. It doesn't work like that. That is where they've gone in that 15 to 20 minutes, is to pair you up with another testing student, and there's parameters they have to meet. So this is not random. Remember how somebody asked just a little while ago if everybody gets the same skill sets? Well, they try not to put 2 people together that have the same skill sets. They also try to make sure that your body type is suitable for the skill that's being performed. So the way this works is that when you go into the testing center, they're going to show you around. They're going to show you where the supplies are. They're going to show you what they use for a privacy curtain. They're going to show you how to work the wheelchair if you have that skill. They're going to show you the drainage bag if you have that skill. They're going to orient you to the what they're using for a call light. They'll orient you to your surroundings. You've never been there. You don't know where the washcloths are. You're allowed to ask during the skill at any time, where those washcloths at again? Or where do I find a basin? Or how do I work this wheelchair? All of those you can ask because you're not familiar with the environment or the supplies. You can't ask, so how do I do hand and nail care again? They're not there to teach. They're there to evaluate. And then once they show you around, they're going to pull out the care plan set. Remember, this care plan set there's 11 of them. It has 3 skills. And I'm just, for the sake of demonstration here, I'm going to show you how this works. So you guys are group 1. Okay, don't go anywhere. You're testing first. You 2 are going to be group 2. You've got about 45 minutes to an hour to kill. So go grab a cup of coffee, go out to your car and study. Remember, you can't study in the center, but you can go out to your car while you're waiting. Just be back in about 45 minutes. You guys are group 3. You've got about an hour and a half to 2 hours to kill, or about an hour and a half. So, Target clearance shopping, get your mind off of stuff. You guys are group 4. You got like 2.5 hours to kill. Chili's, 2 for 1 margaritas. We'll see you guys later. All right. So you 2 are group 1. You're going to be taken into the testing room. Now it's private. It's behind a door. So if this were the waiting room out here, there would be a wall and a door going into the skills room. So no one out here is going to see what you're doing in there. You're not on a stage. You're not performing in front of hundreds. There's only 4 people in the room. You, and the 2 evaluators. That's it. No one else can see or hear what you're doing. I got to pick one of you to go first. So I'll pick on you because you're closer. So you are going to go first. I'm going to read your care plan set. Can you give me a number 1 to 11? 5. Okay, so the computer randomly picks skill set 5 for you. The evaluators do not pick. The computer does. And that's to help prevent bias. Because maybe you parked in their parking spot this morning and they were mad. Okay. So to prevent bias and prejudice, and unfortunately, as much as we want to eradicate it, there is still inherent bias. So they try to remove that as much as possible. So the computer picks skill set 5 for you. So your skills are measure and record respirations, make an occupied bed, and change position to supported side lying. Now, I can't trust that you're going to remember all that, so I'm actually going to give this to you throughout the entire test. You can stop in the middle of the skill and go back and read this if you want to. This is yours during testing. But you need somebody to do these 3 skills on. You're just sitting around with nothing to do. So you are going to be the patient for her to do her skills on. And then when you're the patient, you're going to get a script. So when you're the patient, you have to be pleasant, cooperative, and you. So if it's an ambulating skill, if you have to walk her, she's going to walk like she walks, not like a 93-year-old version of herself. Okay? Walk like you walk. If you have to feed her, she's going to eat like she eats. Okay? You're not there to make the test harder for anybody else. That's not your role. You're there to be pleasant, cooperative, and you. Okay? And if they catch you trying to act it out, they're going to correct you very quickly because that's not what you're there to do. Make sense? So while you're doing these skills, the evaluators have the checklist in front of them. You do a step, it gets checked off. You don't do a step, no check mark. You do a step wrong, no check mark. You only get a check mark if it's done right. Okay? So when you're done with all 3 of your skills, you would get your very own checklist, and it's going to be read to you because we can't trust you know how to read. And then it's going to be handed to you, and then you're going to do your 3 skills on her.
So does it mean that if one of my skills are to brush your teeth, I'll be brushing her teeth?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
For real. For real. Now, there are some skills we're going to do on mannequins. I'll get into that in a minute. But the majority of them are done on live people. Okay. So you did your 3 skills. You did your 3 skills. You go back out to the waiting room, group 2. You come in. You'll do your skills on her. She'll do her skills on you. You go back out to the waiting room. You guys come in. You'll do yours on her. She'll do hers on you. You go out to the waiting room. You guys stumble in from Chili's, feeling good. You do your skills on her. She'll do hers on you. And then everybody goes back out to the waiting room. After that, they will do the written test. Usually written comes after skills. Not always. The evaluators can decide. If they've got people there that are retesting written only, they'll do written first. That way those people can test and go rather than having them sit there all day. Okay? If you fail a portion, you only have to retake the portion that you failed, not both sections. Good?
What percentage do you have to get on that?
It's not published. Okay? And it's not that easy. Unfortunately, I can't tell you have to have a 70% in order to pass. It doesn't work like that. We're going to get into that in just a minute. Skills grading. All right, so this is how it works. You get the care plan set with 3 skills. They're going to tell you how long you have to do those 3 skills. We'll get into skills timing a little bit later in the program. And you'll do your skills on another person. Remember that each one of these checklists has an ADL skill, a mobility skill, and a documentation skill. So everybody gets a documentation skill. Documentation skills include pulse, drainage bag, feeding, and respirations. You will get one of those 4, guaranteed. Guaranteed. And respiration shows up the most. So chances are your documentation skill will probably be respirations. I'll teach you how. Super easy. There's a category on the test called indirect care. We're going to get into this at the end of class today, but I want you to think of indirect care as how the patient perceives you. Okay? Remember, it has to be all about the patient. So one of the things you're going to ask me in this program, do I have to say everything you say during the skills? And the answer is no, you're not really graded on said this phrase. It's nothing like that. But if you were the patient laying there, you don't know what they're about to do to you. You don't know whether it's going to hurt. You don't know what's expected of you. You don't know. And you're scared because you're in a strange place, surrounded by strange people that you don't know. And medicine often hurts. So you're probably pretty anxious as the patient. The more information we can give our patients, the more cooperative they become, and the better they perceive the service that we're giving them. Does that make sense? Okay. So as you're doing the skills, anything you do right gets a check mark. We talked about that. Anything without a check mark is called a deficiency. This is how you're graded on your deficiencies. It's not how many steps you got right. It's which ones did you miss. And each step is going to have a different weight to it. So let's talk about this lady over here. If we have to brush her teeth and she's laying down in bed, is that a safe position to brush teeth? Why? Sure, she could choke. The technical term is aspirate, breathing liquid into the lungs. But yeah, she could absolutely choke. That's not a safe position. So what should we do before we brush our teeth? Yeah, get her sitting up somehow, right? Either sitting on the side of the bed, standing at the sink, head of the bed up. I don't know, whatever our care plan tells us to do. But we got to get her upright in some way. So if we don't, she could die. That's a pretty important thing. Now, how many of you guys have brushed your teeth this month? Good. Okay. So you're familiar with the process, right? When you brush your teeth, you'll probably stand over a sink and you probably lean forward a little bit because as you're brushing, all of that foam tends to drip, right? It's kind of a messy process. And you don't want that on your clothing. You want it in the sink. Everybody with me? Okay, if you're sitting up in bed, she is not leaning forward. It doesn't matter what we do. She's probably going to get stuff on her clothing because she's not leaning forward like you do. So what could we maybe put on her to prevent toothpaste on her clothes? Sure, towel. Yeah, absolutely. But has anybody ever died from toothpaste on their clothes? No. So when we're looking at these two steps, right? Head of the bed up, towel on the clothes. Which one do you think is going to count more? Right, because of the impact to the patient. You guys see that? Do you see how they grade this? It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with your steps. It has everything to do with the patient. Starting to catch that? Okay. So that's every step is going to have a weight to it. Now, they don't tell us what those weights are. That is an industry secret. But I can tell you that head of the bed up is definitely worth more than towel on the chest. Okay. So anything that could potentially harm the patient is going to count more. We call these critical checkpoints, and I'll be pointing them out as we go through the program. Things that you absolutely have to make sure you do to be successful. So critical checkpoint for mouth care is head of the bed up. Good? Makes sense? So at the end of the skills, when you're all done with your tests, they're going to put these deficiencies into the computer. And the computer is the one that grades it. The evaluators don't grade it. All they do is stand there and put checks in boxes when you do the skill right. That's it. That's all they do. They don't pass you. They don't fail you. The computer does, based on the difficulty of the step that you missed, the impact it has on the patient.
Could you do both of them?
Both of what?
Could you obviously you want to lift the patient up so that she or he's sitting up straight. But could you also put the cloth?
You should. Yes, you should put the towel on the chest. But if you forgot both of those,
Right.
Which one would count more?
Sitting the patient.
Right, right. So if you forget just that step, if you don't put the patient up, if you put a towel on them, but you don't put the patient up, you'll automatically fail. because you've killed your patient.
So they focus more on the safety of the patient.
Right.
You have to have the patient in sitting position.
Right. So safety is going to count really big. But it's not just safety. Safety's big, but it's not just safety. There's some other things that we're going to go through in the course that are also going to play into this as well. Okay? Good? All right, so page 65 is going to explain to you how grading is done. And it's pretty simple. The computer is the one that does all the grading, not the evaluators. They put checks in boxes. That's it. That's all they do. Let me tell you a little secret about the evaluators. They don't want to be there. They really don't. These are all nurses that have been nurses since like dinosaurs roamed the earth. And they're no longer in clinical settings, but they're not quite at retirement point. So, no, it's not all of them. Some of them, are there because they enjoy this aspect. But most of them they don't want to be there. They want to be at home, floating in their pool, drinking their Mai Tais. That's where they want to be. Now, you are standing in their way. If you go in and you do the skills well, like you know what you're doing, and you don't put the patients in jeopardy, they're going to love you because you are getting them one step closer to their pool and their Mai Tai. But if you go in there and you are all over the place and you're starting the skills 15 times and you're washing your hands 12 times every skill because you don't know what's expected, they are going to get a little grumpy because you're clearly not prepared and they want to be in their pool. Got it? So knowledge is important here. Confidence is important here. Practicing the skills before you get to the test is going to be really important here because that's how you're going to gain that self-confidence to go in there and get the job done. And that way your evaluators can get back home where they really want to be.
Do we get the results
Same day.
same day? Okay.
Yep. Florida is actually one of the few states that gives you the results as you leave the testing center. You will know how you did.
But it doesn't show like which skill we didn't get the check mark.
Yeah, let me show you. Okay, so I'm going to just table that for just a second. So the written test is 60 questions. You have 90 minutes. Something a lot of people don't know, there's 60 questions on the test, but only 50 are graded. 10 questions are what they call pilot questions. They're trying them out for a future edition. So if lots of people fail them, it's not a well-written question, right? So 10 questions are pilot questions. They don't count for you or against you. Doesn't work like that. So 50 questions are what you're actually being graded on. I have a book that will help you with this. It is free. You go to my website, foryourcna.com. My sign up form is right at the very top of the page. Download the ebook. Sign up and it will email it to you. But this ebook, foryourcna.com, you can also go straight to the ebook sign up page. This ebook will help you tremendously on the written test. So if you're kind of stressing the written, guys, don't stress the written. But if you're kind of stressing the written, this will help you with that. I have a tool for you.
Is the written test all still based on the care plans too?
The written test is going to cover a wide variety. Now, the care plan is going to be part of it, but this is day one. I've got a lot to teach you. A lot of what you're going to be tested on the written test is scenario based. What are you going to do when you see this? And that's where a lot of our rules are going to come in. So we've got a long way to go before we get there. But most of your test questions are going to be scenario based. There's 5 main topics here. Know your role is a really big one, and that's what we spent most of today talking about, right? Our role as a CNA. So it's going to cover delegation, your scope of practice, following the care plan, all of that, communication, that type of thing. Know your normals is another one. And that's not just vital signs, although you will have vital signs on the state exam, knowing normals, but it's also knowing normal for the patient, for the aging process. What's normal? What do I need to report? Because remember, we observe and report. If we don't know what's abnormal, we have no idea what to report. Okay. So know your normals. Infection control questions are going to show up on the state exam, usually in scenario form. And we're going to go over infection control in detail on Wednesday. I mean, I've got a whole hour and a half lecture on infection control for you. But I'm going to make it fun. And then as fun as you can. And see, safety is going to be a whole category in itself. Excuse me. Know your role, know your normals. Patient rights is the other category, patient rights. So those are the 5 main things that they're going to grade you on. They call them something else. They have 5 different categories. I make them a little more student friendly. Okay, so know your role, know your normals, patient rights, safety, and infection control. Those are the 5 main topics. And that's what that book goes over. It's a workbook style book. So at the end of the test, you're going to get your test results. This is what the written test result looks like. You'll see the 5 categories down there, how many questions were in each category and how many you got right. So you asked a few minutes ago, what score do you have to get? And it's not that easy because you have to pass each one of these categories. Now, if you see, there's one category there that only has 7 questions. So if you miss 4, actually 3 out of that category, that means that you're not ready to take care of patients with specialized needs. Therefore, we can't have you as a CNA. So it's not as simple as, well, you can miss 17 and be fine. If you miss 10 safety questions, you are not fine. And I don't want you taking care of me. Okay, does that make sense? Now, when it comes to the skills, you're going to get a printout. At the top of each one, written and skills, it's going to tell you, congratulations, you passed this section. And it'll list all of the different skills that you had. But then it's going to give you this page. And this is your deficiency printout. So this is going to show you what you did not get checked off on the skills. That deficiency. Remember we talked about that? Okay. If it's only on there once, it did not count against you. If it's on there twice, it did. Because in Florida, we have 2 evaluators and they have to grade you independently. So if one person saw something but the other one didn't, it'll only show up once. If both of them saw something, then it'll show up twice. Okay? So it's only going to count against you if it shows up twice on there. I want you to pay attention to this because someday I'm going to be the body in the bed, maybe sooner than later. I don't know. But someday I'm going to be the body in the bed, and good enough for me is not good enough. I don't want a good enough CNA. Somebody who just barely scraped by the test. I want somebody who's going to make sure that my needs are being met. Does that make sense? So read this. This is an opportunity for learning, opportunity for improvement. Make sure you look at this, okay? These are the actual checklists for the state exam. Now, these checklists are written for RNs because remember, they're the ones grading you. So these are written for me, not you. And unfortunately, the way these are written, you're not going to know if you satisfy them or not just by reading the checklists. It's not going to help you. So what I did is I took all of these checklists and I filtered them through my little RN brain, and I wrote them out for students in step-by-step instructions. Okay, does that make sense? That's what your book is. That's the majority of this book is going to provide step-by-step instructions. So just to show you, turn to page, where are we? 53. And all my virtual people, I'm sorry, I don't have this page up, but this is just to show. If you have your book, go to page 53. On page 53, you see step-by-step instructions. There's 19 of them there. These correspond to all of the checklist checkpoints that you need to get checked off. So if it's in my book, it's a checkpoint that needs to be done. Okay. So these are public knowledge. Everybody has access to these checklists. They're on Prometric's website. They're public knowledge. They're printed. But like I said, these aren't going to help you a whole lot. You have to have the steps needed to get that checkpoint. That's what my book is going to do. So my book is kind of the intermediary between you and there. Good? Make sense? But if you look at these checklists, particularly if you print off the checklist, I have them over there, but if you print off the checklist from Prometric and you look at them, you'll notice step 1 is exactly the same for every single skill. So is step 2. Every single skill, exactly the same. So when I started teaching CNA, I was not very good. I was a nurse. What more do you need? I know what CNAs do. I'll teach them how to do that. And I did like most other CNA instructors out there. I focused on anatomy and physiology and medical terminology and medical abbreviations and military time and all that stuff, right, that you think is going to be on the test, and it's not. And I didn't understand this. And my students did okay, but not great. And I'm kind of a perfectionist. So I realized, okay, I missed something somewhere, and I started doing a deep dive into Prometric testing. I am now the subject matter expert on Prometric testing. I made this a master's degree study. If you want to know about Prometric testing, I'm the one that has the answer. And instructors contact me all day, every day, asking me Prometric testing questions because I know this test inside and out, backwards and forwards, upside down, and right side up. So that means that when I tell you that you need to perform a step, it means it's on here and it's important. It also means that it's important for the patient. Now, you may not always understand why it's important for the patient, but I'm going to tell you it is. Okay? I don't spend my time on fluff. There is not enough time in our day for fluff. So everything that I say is going to count on the state exam. Make sense? Which is why you're going to need the replays because you're probably only going to pick up about 70% of what I say in class. Okay. I do talk fast. So step 1 is the same. Step 2 is the same. Toward the end, the last several steps are all the same. So that means that as I was doing this research project and I started to realize that, I thought, well, why can't we just teach them those same steps and just have them do it before every single skill? I mean, that just makes sense, doesn't it? If it's on every step, or if those steps are on every skill, let's just teach those steps and tell them to do that for every skill. And that's how the opening was born. So these are the steps that we're going to take at the beginning of every single skill, and they're there specifically to check off these checkpoints. So every single one of these steps is going to count. Okay, good. But let's go through it step by step. This is going to apply to every single skill. And if you look at, these are the checkpoints for range of motion shoulder, okay? Anything green, if you look across the top there, you'll see skill rules is purple, opening is green, glove rules is yellow, closing is red, right? So anything green on there means that the opening, the set of steps we're going to go over, checks off that point, okay? So if you look at that checklist, half of that checklist is green. So if you don't do your opening, you have missed half of this skill. Isn't that crazy? Half. This is range of motion. We're doing exercises on the patient. Guys, there's only 5 steps there that are actually related to range of motion. 5 steps out of, what, 19? Crazy. 5 steps related to exercise. The rest of it is all this other stuff. Got it? So that's how all of these principles were built. I didn't stop at the opening. I realized that there are commonalities with the barrier, with gloves, a privacy blanket, linen rules, washing rules. So that's how this is built. And that's why our program is being used by schools all over the country, because it's easy. It's building blocks. We're going to start with a block and we're going to add to it and add to it and add to it. And that's how we're going to build our CNA program. And it makes it really easy to learn that way. Okay? Good. We're going to get to the opening in just a few minutes. All right. So just to recap, we have our skill set that you're going to get. There's 11 of these. You will get one. The computer picks it. And you're going to do your skills on somebody else. Do you remember a few minutes ago, I said that when you are in the waiting room after they check you in, they're going to disappear for like 15, 20 minutes. You're going to be wondering what they do. Well, this is when they're going to pair you up with another person. So during the check-in, they're actually going to ask you, do you have a physician that would prevent you from being a patient for any of these skills? So if you just had some dental work done, you want to let them know, because we don't want to use you for mouth care. If you've got athlete's foot on one foot, you need to let them know, because we don't want to use you for foot care. If you just fell and twisted your ankle, you need to let them know, because they can't use you for ambulate or transfer. If you're allergic to every food under the sun, you need to let them know, because they can't use you for feeding. Okay, make sense? So you want to let them know about what physical conditions you have. Ideally, you have none, because we don't want to make this hard on them. But if you have something, you need to let them know. And I'll tell you a really funny story about this in just one second. Really funny story. So, but they also have to look at your body size, because if you get transfer a patient from bed to wheelchair, we're going to try to find somebody your body size or smaller to pair you up with for that skill. Okay. So skills that require physical mobility, transferring, turning patients, those types of things, they want to try to get somebody your body size or smaller. They're not going to, this is minimal skills level, guys. It's not advanced. You're not showing you're a master of anything. You're just showing that you're not going to kill the patients when you're out there. That's it. That's what they care about. So they're going to pair you up that way.
So when they ask you this question and you, I don't know, you got something on your tooth or whatever, does it affect which type of care plan that you receive?
No, it won't affect you. It'll just affect you being a patient for somebody else.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, because as a CNA, we're basically saying, by going to the test, we're saying that we have the physical ability to do all of these skills.
if I'm paired with somebody and she gets a specific care plan, it doesn't mean that it will be the same that I'll be test on if I'm this person will be my patient.
Right. It won't be, it probably won't be the same care plan. It might. It might. So let me give you an example. Okay. So let's say that kind of go around the room. So let's say that she has transfer out of bed and into a wheelchair, and I've got all of you guys to look at. So you two are probably going to be the ones that I would pick for that. You know, maybe you, but I'm not going to put her with you guys, right? Because you're significantly larger than her, and that's not fair. So I know that all of you guys are out, right? But let's say that you have mouth care. She's got a dental problem and she's got a dental problem. You've also got hand and nail care and she's got a cat scratch on her arm and he's got I don't know, something else going on. And you also have feeding and she's allergic to milk. Now I'm in trouble here because I've got to pair you up with somebody and they've got to be able to work on you as well. So right now I don't have anybody that meets those needs. So this is where it gets a little bit tricky for them. Okay, so if you've got something, you have to tell them, but don't make something up just so that you can get out of being a patient for a skill. Okay. And yes, that does happen, especially for foot care. Especially nobody wants anybody touching their feet. I get it. I get it. But everybody has to test, right? They need a patient. It's that simple. So don't make something up, but if you have something, tell them. Let me tell you a story about this. I learned from my mistakes. I do, but years ago we had a student who had a prosthetic leg. I did not know. I couldn't tell. She didn't walk with a limp. She'd had it for years. She'd accommodated very well. And she did not tell me until the class was almost over that she had a prosthetic leg. And I never really thought anything of it. No problem. That's awesome. You're, accommodated. It's great. But I didn't tell her to make sure she mentioned it at the test. That's why I'm telling you guys. So she was a patient for range of motion, hip, knee, and ankle. I wish I'd been in the room for this, but this is the story I heard from the evaluator after the fact. So my student goes and lays down in the bed as the evaluator told her to, and the testing student, remember this is a test, people, right? Testing student goes over, does the opening, all of that, goes to lift the leg. Now we expect a certain amount of weight to a leg, a certain amount of heft. And we put enough effort in correlation to that. Well, prosthetic legs are significantly lighter than regular legs. So as she went to lift, the whole leg comes off. My student is dying laughing, thinks it's the funniest thing on the planet. The person testing has an absolute meltdown, drops the leg, it clatters to the floor, starts crying, and the evaluator's just like, what do I do? Do I stop the test? Because they're not supposed to interfere, Oh my gosh, I can only imagine. So this is why I tell you, if you have something, mention it, right? I should have mentioned it. But yeah, you never know what situations you're going to come up with in testing. True story. Crazy. If you've got something, please mention it. I've also heard evaluators say that people didn't tell them about dental work, and when the CNA was brushing, they started bleeding. And now the CNA is trying to figure, what do I do? What do I do? Oh my gosh, what do I do? Let's not do that during testing. Testing should be easy, routine, no curveballs, easy. So if you've got something, make sure you mention it. Okay. But don't make something up. All right. So we get this checklist, or we get this care plan. They're going to use the checklist to grade us. And these checklists are very, very specific. I mean, very specific. To the point, this is the checklist for emptying and measuring the urinary drainage bag. It even tells us set graduate or bedpan on barrier placed on floor. I mean, it's very, very specific. Okay. I'm going to teach you everything that's in these checklists. But if I bring it up, understand that it's on the checklist. So the biggest thing that I want you to remember is that don't say to yourself, that's not important, or I can skip over that, or everything that I'm going to show you and tell you is important. Not just on the test, but it's important in a clinical setting as well. Now, I'm going to do my best throughout the program to explain the why, because I have found in my career that if you understand why a step is required, you're much more likely to do it. So I will, in most cases, explain the why. If you still have questions, please ask. But the danger here is that I'm going to show you how to do these things, and then I've got to release you into the wild. And I've got to trust that you'll actually do the things I've shown you to do, when the other people out there are going to tell you things like, yeah, that's how you do it in school. That's not how it's done in the real world. Well, I understand what they're saying, but that kind of tells me that they're not putting the patients first. They're putting themselves first. And at the end of the day, who is it supposed to be about? The patient. So the steps that I'm going to tell you really do need to be performed even out there, because that patient is somebody's loved one. And we want to provide the very best possible care that we can. Okay. So I will always explain the why. So if you're looking at this checklist, everything circled in red corresponds to the opening. So let's learn the opening. This is going to be on, these are called the big four before we get to the opening. The big four are steps, principles that are found in every skill. So we always follow the care plan. That's skill rules. So every skill. We do the opening at the beginning of every skill. We do the closing at the end of every skill. And we have to evaluate for gloves during every skill. So all four of those you're going to see on every single skill that we learned. So we learn them and we do them over and over and over and over again. And we call them the big four. And we're going to learn them now. So page 27 shows you all the principles that are on the back wall that we're going to learn. But let's focus on them one at a time. Otherwise, it gets overwhelming. Now, along the way, as we're learning these steps, I'm going to be referring to something called patient rights. You can see that one back there. Patient rights is a group of legally protected rights that patients in a facility have. Now, some of these are affected under the principles I'm going to show you. So that means that if I tell you this is really, really important, it means that there's probably a law that goes with it. Okay? Patient rights. We talked about this earlier, the flashcards, because we're getting into the steps now. Okay? So all of the things on the back wall are in the flashcards, along with the supplies and the steps for every single skill that we're going to learn to do. You can make your own. You can also purchase them while you're in class. They're $14.99. After graduation, they go up to $24.99. So I give you a good discount on that. So before I get into teaching you the opening, let's talk about the patient experience for a second, because this is important that you understand this when we start talking about how to communicate with patients. Okay. How many of you guys have ever been a patient? All right. Fair. When you are sick, I can attest to this. Where do you want to be? Home. I want to be home right now in my bed with the Hallmark channel on and my puppy curled up beside me. That's where I want to be. But I love being here. Don't get me wrong. But I'm sick, and sick people just want to be home. Now, if I am bad enough, I wouldn't be able to be home. Where would I have to go? Hospital. After the hospital, it could even be a rehab or a long-term care facility if I'm no longer able to take care of myself. Okay. But ultimately, where do I still want to be? Home. Sure, absolutely. Because all of those places are full of strangers, people that don't know me. They don't know what I like. They don't know what I want. They don't know how to take care of me the best way my family can. I'm not surrounded by my comforting things, the things in my environment that I like. So, and they have rules that are different from my rules at my house. It's not a good fit. I don't want to be there. So, what do you think my mood's going to be like? Yeah, grumpy, agitated. Absolutely. Now, when you're sick, what is your mood like? Okay, tired, apathetic. Just leave me alone. Go away, right? So you've got tired, apathetic. You've got grumpy because they're not able to be home, right? The one thing that you need when you're sick is rest. The one thing you need. And the worst place in the world to try to get rest is in a clinical setting. Because people come in about every 7 minutes on average. Every 7 minutes. How in the world is this person going to get any rest at all if the second they nod off, somebody else comes in? Now, even worse than that, worse than all of those interruptions, although that's bad enough, isn't it? We could stop there and call it a day, but there's something even worse. They're not in a secure location. Me, in my house, I have to have my bedroom door closed and locked to be able to sleep securely. If I'm in a clinical space, those doors are not closed and they're certainly never locked. So that means that anybody walking down that hallway, anybody has the availability to come in and physically accost me. Have you ever stopped to think about that? It is an insecure environment. On top of that, you're sharing the room with a complete stranger. You don't know who that person is. Have they had a psych eval? Would you let somebody in your house sleep in your room that you did not know? And yet we seem to think that this is perfectly okay in a clinical setting and no, it won't affect the patients at all. What? It affects the patients. They do not know who is laying next to them, especially in this crazy day and age. Okay. You're starting to see that this might not be the ideal scenario. So you've got somebody who is in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strange people. They don't know their roommate. Anybody can come in and out of that room and does about every 7 minutes. So it makes it a really hard place to get some good rest. And yet that's what we need. Okay. What does that do to your mood when you are sleep deprived? Okay. So every little thing is going to get under your skin, right? So you're starting to see that your patients are not going to be all sunshine and roses. In fact, if you've got a nice patient, that's a good day. That is a good day. Don't expect them to be nice. Sick patients have a right to act sick. Now, on top of all that, that's not bad enough, is it? Let's add something to it. Let's add the fact that they are probably a little self-absorbed at the moment. Patients in the hospital are all dying. Just ask them, they'll tell you. That's their number one fear. Am I dying? Am I dying? Am I dying? You take their blood pressure. What are they going to ask? What is it? Is it okay? Am I dying? Right? They know something is wrong. They don't know how bad it is. And they are scared. And scared makes you very self-absorbed. Starting to get it? Okay. Now, we have all of that going on. They're self-absorbed, but they're also worried not just about them, but about what's going on outside at their home, at their work, with their kids, their pets, their significant other, finances. How am I going to pay for this? All of that is on their mind. And if they don't have a phone charger in that room, that's going to be on their mind too. So they got a lot going on. A lot going on. Do you really think they're going to remember every single word you tell them? Now, you are dressed in scrubs. You look just like every other person that works there, dressed in scrubs. Y'all look like you were in pajamas. They're not going to be able to tell the difference between blue and black and any other color. They don't care. Not their job. So when you walk in, even though you just left the room 45 minutes ago, they are not going to remember you. They are just not going to. Don't put that burden on them. Do not expect your patients to remember you every time you walk in that room. So what do you think we need to do every time we walk in the room? Sure, absolutely. We need to tell them who we are. Absolutely. Don't expect them to remember you. Remember, they are tired, grumpy, irritable, sleep deprived, and a little preoccupied at the moment. Don't put that burden on them. Got it? Okay. We also want to make their space as safe as we can. Now, we understand the door is not closed, it can't be locked, it's in an insecure environment. We get all that, but we want to try to make it as secure as possible. Now, imagine for a second we've got this grumpy, sleep deprived patient who finally manages to kind of nod off for a few minutes, and they hear something in their subconscious and their eyes pop open and there's a complete stranger standing over them with a sharp object in their hand. How do you think they're going to respond? Absolutely. I'm swinging first and asking questions later. Absolutely. Your patients may react physically because they're going to see you as a threat. So anytime we get into their environment, we should always knock to announce our presence. You should never just invade a patient's space without giving them an early warning trigger. That's how we keep that space somewhat secure for them. Does that make sense? Good. Okay. The biggest thing to remember is that you are not having the same experience your patients are. You're not. You know your coworkers. You've been working there for a while now. You know your job. You know what you're about to do. You can do it with your eyes closed. You can do it with your hands tied behind your back. It's all routine to you. It's the same old, same old, same old. But that's your experience. That is not your patient's experience. Your patient's experience is way, way, way different. Now, I don't care if we're talking hospital, long-term care, rehab, same-day surgery, mental health, walk-in clinic. I don't care what the setting is. We have a responsibility to our patients to make sure that we're giving them the most information we can about them. Okay? Does that make sense? So if I'm going to touch a patient, they're going to know why I'm touching them. They're going to know where I'm touching them. They're going to know how long I'm touching them. They're going to know what I plan on doing with their body before I do it with their body. Make sense? Good. I wish I could tell you that everybody in medicine was good. I can't. I can't. CNAs have beat patients to death. Nurses have raped patients after surgery. Doctors have molested children in their care. I cannot tell you that every person in medicine is good. And your patient is not going to trust you until you give them a reason to. Everything that I'm telling you goes toward building patient trust. And they're all important steps. Okay. But please remember that your patients have a right to act sick. They are sick. They have a right to be grumpy, grouchy, irritable. It's okay. But you're being paid to be nice. I never yell at people in public. I make that a point. But I actually had a CNA be mean to a patient. And when I was talking to her about it, she said, well, she started it. That is the one time in my life that I can say I yelled at somebody in public. Because if you don't understand where your patient's mindset is, you do not understand what it's like to be a CNA. And you do not belong in my facility. Okay? Patients can start anything they want to. They're processing a lot. Give them the grace they need to get through it, but don't react to them. We stay nice. Good? Questions? Super important. But along the way, you're going to find out that all your patients are different. And we can't treat every patient alike. Just because we do something with one patient doesn't mean we're going to do it with another. Every patient is different. Now, I don't like this at all. When I was first in nursing, we wrote care plans. We wrote care plans for every patient, and we modified the care plans as we needed to. Now we have computers writing care plans. They're pre-printed, preset. If you have a hip replacement, this is your care plan. And they're supposed to modify them based on the needs of the patient, but there's a lot of lazy nurses out there that don't understand what a care plan is. So I wish I could tell you that all your care plans are going to be awesome, spot on, exactly for that patient, but they won't. So you're going to have to make sure that you tell the nurse when you are assigned to do something that you don't think is correct for that patient. You know, if it tells you to use a gait belt, they do not bear weight at all, that is not safe. Go back to the drawing board. Okay. So safety is going to be important. Safety is the only thing that trumps the care plan ever. If you feel it's unsafe, you have an obligation, moral, ethical, legal. You have an obligation to bring it up to the nurse. Good. So although I'm teaching you to follow the care plan, and you will follow the care plan, remember that safety always trumps the care plan. If the care plan is telling you to do something unsafe. So a question I get asked a lot on this state exam is, what if I make a mistake? Well, you can correct them. If you realize you did something wrong, all you have to do is say correction and then tell them what you would have done right. In most cases, you have to demonstrate it. But if it's an order thing, like, oh, I should have closed the curtain before I washed my hands, they'll let you correct that verbally. But you can correct anything on the state exam, all the way up until you end your skill. So make corrections as soon as you realize you made a mistake. But at the end of the skill, I would read that care plan one more time, make sure I did exactly what the care plan said. And if not, I would correct it. When you correct something, you get a check mark just like you did it. I have a whole video on this. I have a lesson on page 33, but you can watch the video as well on making corrections. But it really is that simple. When you realize you made a mistake, just say correction and tell them what you would have done instead. So at the end of every skill, remember we have 3 skills, right? These 3 skills, right? At the end of each skill, not the test, at the end of each skill, you have to tell the evaluator, my skill is done, or my task is complete, or I'm finished. I don't care how you do it. But you have to say something that ends that skill, because you are saying at that point, I'm giving up my right to make any further corrections. Once you say, I'm done, I'm finished, however you're going to say it, you cannot go back and make a correction after that. They're not going to rush this. They'll give you some time. But at some point, if you don't end your skill, they will say, are you done? Because they have to have a verbal agreement that you are giving up your right to make any further corrections before you move on to the next skill. Okay? I always read the care plan after I do a skill to make sure I did it right. It's a good practice to get into. Most of the time, you're going to have to demonstrate it, but sometimes they will allow verbal. All right, so let's get into how this class is going to function. This is your syllabus. You can see it up there on the screen. This is our roadmap. Tells us how we're going to get from day 1 to day 8. You'll see columns and rows. The columns are categories. The rows are classes. So you'll see here at the very top that in class, we're going to go over skill rules. We've already done that. We still have a long way to go, though. We have to cover the opening, the closing, hand washing, and indirect care. Still have a long way to go. The second column are lessons that I'm going to give in class related to those skills. So we talked about the CNA exam. We've done that. We talked about delegation to liability. We've done that. We talked about patient considerations, testing care plans, and the puzzle pieces. So we've already covered all of those things. But if for some reason I didn't cover it, you need to read that lesson. It tells you where the lesson is. The third column is homework, and you'll see you do have homework tonight, the dreaded homework. You're going to go home and read chapter 1 in the yellow book, and you're going to take the test in the white book, the spiral book, on page 181. The last column are additional learning opportunities. So we usually do these in class, but not always. We talked about the 5 key phrases. That's this thing up here. We talked about we did the care plan activity in class together. We talked about corrections. And we talked about skills grading. So far I've been doing a lot of talking, but not much showing. So we're going to fix that in a few minutes and go over the skills in the first column. But if you're going to be absent on any particular day, you want to review all of the skills that are listed, all of the lessons, and make sure you do the homework as well. Okay, good. That's how we're going to get through this. So the white book, this one, the white spiral book, this guy is yours. You can write in it, make notes in it. The yellow book is not. The yellow book will need to be returned to me on the very last day of class. So take it home, leave it there. You're just going to use it for homework reading. Take it home, leave it there, and bring it back on the last day. That's that book. Okay. So you're going to go home and read chapter 1 in the yellow book. If you go to page 181, this is a chapter test from that yellow book. So the questions on page 181 are going to come from the reading that you're going to do in the yellow book. This is just a way for you to gauge, did you get what you needed to get? But taking the test alone isn't going to help you. You really need to grade it. So the answer key is on page 201. You'll see a grading scale there on the bottom. Let's figure out how to use the study guide. So you have to keep up with me. We're going to go really fast through this part. This is an overview of how to use a study guide. So go to page 52. And this is how we're going to learn the skills. We're going to race through this really quick. Okay. So at the top of the page, you'll see the name of the skill. You'll see the principles going down the side of the page that govern that skill. Remember, we have 4 that govern every single skill. Skill rules, opening, glove rules, and closing. We call those the big 4. They're on every single skill we do. Nothing really new to learn with this skill other than the skill specific. Off to the side there, you can actually see all of the steps involved in each one of those principles. And then you can see the abbreviated steps of the skill itself. So the very top there, that gray box will tell you all of the steps you need to do to be successful. But it kind of assumes that you've seen this skill once or twice before. This is a Cliff Notes version, not complete step by step. You've got skill-specific steps that are outlined for you. There's a video available to you. And then at the bottom is test-specific information. You'll see how long somebody with your level of experience should take to do that particular skill, who that skill is going to be done on, patient or mannequin. So you see here on the screen, you can see that a mannequin is there for that particular skill. Patient is there. It'll tell you where the patient's going to be, a bed or a chair, and it'll tell you whether charting is required. The skill-specific steps page, so this is on page 53, you'll see some comprehension questions that make sure you know what you're supposed to be doing. Is that in there? Hold on a minute. I got that in the wrong order. Okay. Let's go back here. Documentation. That's why this is in the wrong order. So documentation. If charting is required, remember there's 4 skills that require charting: pulse, respirations, feeding, and drainage bag. If charting is required, and that's what this is showing you, documentation skills, the page will actually have a documentation form on it to show you what the documentation form will look like. I also have them in the book as well on page 1. Hold on, it's 160 something. 168 and 169. Those are the actual documentation forms that will be used on the state exam. So each lesson has some comprehension questions on it. You'll see the care plan at the top of the page. This is the actual testing care plan from the state exam. Supplies are at the bottom, and I show you a picture of each supply, so it's easy to learn. And a question I get asked a lot is, do I have to learn the supplies? Yes, you do. Because as a nurse, I'm not going to tell you, what's your name? Jera. I'm not going to say, hey, Jera, I want you to go give a partial bed bath in room 201. And you'll need to take with you a basin, soap, lotion, 5 washcloths, 2 towels, a clean gown, a privacy blanket. I'm not going to do that. Right. All I want to tell you is go give a partial bed bath, and you're supposed to know what you need. So, yes, you do need to know your supplies. You do need to learn them. And then we have step-by-step instructions that are taken from the testing checklists as well. Now, I have a resource for you. You are going to get You're going to get an invitation this afternoon to the online course. It's going to say invitation. In that email, there's a little green button that says, or blue, green, I can't remember, green or blue. It says accept invitation. You're going to click that button. It's going to take you to my site, and you're going to have to create an account. Make sure you create an account with the email that we sent the invitation to. The email is the glue, so it has to match. So if we sent the invitation email to abc@gmail, then your account has to be abc@gmail. Got it? Okay. Once you accept the invitation, you will be enrolled in the online course for a year. You'll probably not do this while we're in class. Most people don't. But it will be very helpful to you in the period of time between graduation and testing, because it's going to help review everything that we've learned, and it's going to put some activities in there for you to put into practice what you've learned. Okay, we're going to do some of them in here together as well. So let's go to page 30 and learn the opening. So our opening sounds like this. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Great. I need to insert name of skill here, whatever we're doing. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, go wash my hands. I'll be right back. That's the opening. You can actually see it on page 31, about 3/4 of the way down the first column. You'll see it bolded there. Hello, Miss Jones. My name is, I'm your CNA today. I'm here too. Is that okay? Just let me wash my hands, gather my supplies, and I'll be right back. We're going to say this at the beginning of every skill we do. Every skill we do. Every skill we do. I'm going to give you a little piece of advice. Practice as if it were the test. I can't tell you how many students come in here and when they're practicing, they start cutting corners. They don't do the opening. Oh, I'll do that later. Yeah, I know I have to do that. It's fine. Practice as if it's the test. Because if you start cutting corners in the practice, what do you think is going to happen when you're all nervous on testing day? Yep. Yeah, because your brain isn't going to be engaged on testing day. You're nervous. So be really, really careful. Make sure that you're practicing as if you are testing every time. So this is every single skill that we do. I do have a video on this you can watch. And we have some very well-defined steps we have to take here. The first thing that we're going to do, the way to remember this is every skill starts with an opening and every opening starts with a knock. And that's because we have to keep our patient's environment somewhat safe, at least a perception of safe, okay? They have to have some control in their environment. So every skill starts with a knock. I don't care what you're there to do. I don't care if you just left that room 3 minutes ago and you're coming back in. A lot of things happen in a patient's room that require privacy. So we always want to make sure that we're knocking before we enter. In the online course, I actually have a video for this, and it takes you through all of those steps. I'm going to talk about them, but sometimes a picture really is worth 1,000 words. This is only maybe a 4-minute video, so it's really quick to watch. And that's in that online course. But our steps are, we want to knock. For the test, we don't have to wait for them to say, come in. It's just an open door policy, so we're going to knock as a courtesy. But guys, if that door is closed, do not barge in. There are some things in life you cannot unsee. Okay? Don't barge in. Think of all the things you do behind closed doors. Think of all the things you do behind closed doors. There are some things that you might witness that you will not want, you want to erase from your memory banks, okay? It's also a privacy issue for the patient. Some people are very private, even with things that aren't, overly personal, but they're just very private people. You don't want to invade somebody's space thinking that, if you're kind of a bubbly, open to the public type of person, don't make the mistake of thinking everybody has that same personality. So if the door is closed, make sure that you wait for a come in. Now, if I don't hear one, I'll knock again. If I don't hear anything after that, I'm going to open that door a little bit and announce myself loudly. Hey, it's Patty, the CNA. Are you okay? Can I come in? If I still don't hear anything, I'm coming in because there's a problem. Okay. But I give them 4 opportunities before I just barge in. For the test, we just simply have to knock. That's it. That's all we got to do for the test. You don't have to wait for a come in. You don't have to just knock. And what that's showing for the test is that we understand the need for security in that patient environment. After we go in, we have to greet the patient by name. Let me go back here real quick. We have to greet the resident by name. And this is very important. It has to be by name. by name. So I've got, for the test, everybody is Mr. or Mrs. Jones. We only use one name, just super easy. Hi, Mrs. Jones. We don't use ID bands for the test. First of all, most of our patients are not in a place ID bands are used. Most patients are in residential treatment facilities. If it's where they live, they don't need an ID band. At your house, where you live, do you have an ID band? So, because most of our patients do not have ID bands, they do not use it as a criteria for testing. Asking somebody what their name is or announcing them by name is much, much, much more secure. And let me prove it to you. When you go to the doctor, do you get an ID band?
No.
You get a perky little medical assistant that comes out and gets you, puts you on a scale, puts you in a room, takes your vital signs, and then leaves. And the doctor or healthcare provider, nurse practitioner, whoever it is, will eventually come in the room. You don't have an ID band. They look at the chart that's on the door outside of the room. Now, your name is Jera, correct? Jera. This is Jera. Say hi, Jera.
Hi, Jared.
We know her name is Jera. So if I walk in the room and I say, so hi, Kimberly, how are you today? What are you going to tell me?
My name is Jara.
Okay, because you don't want what I've got in store for Kimberly, do you? Patients have the ability to self-identify. Now, I know some of you are like, but wait, what about dementia? What if they can't self-identify? What do we do then? Do you guys remember that whole care plan thing we talked about once or twice today? Right? If the patient is unable to self-identify, that would have come up during the assessment, and the nurse would have come up with a solution for that problem. We've already got that in place. So for the test, your patients can self-identify. So all we have to do is announce their name. Hi, Mrs. Jones. I like to ask how they're doing somewhere in there, because if I'm there to do a skill and they're not feeling well, I'm not doing the skill. Remember, normal is routine task on a stable patient. If they're not doing well, are they stable? I can't do the skill anyway. So let's work on finding out how they are before we get into the skill. Okay, so I like to ask, how are you? How you feeling? How's everything going? Something in there to let me know how they're doing. And then after that, I tell them who and what I am. I can't just walk in and say, hey, I'm Patty. So, Patty who? Patty, the person that brings the cookies? I like that, Patty. Patty, the person that brings the needle? Not so much, right? But there's a lot of different people that work in healthcare. Everybody wears pajamas. They can't tell you from the housekeeper. They don't know who you are or what you're there to do. So we have to tell them, hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today. And then I'm going to tell them what I'm there to do. I'm here to insert name of skill here. I'm here to take your vital signs. I'm here to feed you a snack. I'm here to take you for a walk. I'm here to change your bed. You know, what are you there to do? You just tell them the name of the skill. And then we're going to ask the most important question in healthcare. Is that okay? Because a patient has a right to refuse any skill at any time for any reason. Just because they're in our setting doesn't mean that they've given up their right to determine what happens with their body. Okay? How many of you guys go to the movies? Anybody go to the movies? We got a movie theater over here. I never go to the movies anymore, but we have a movie theater over here. And let's say that Friday night, you go into the movie, get your big bucket of popcorn, your big thing of soda, sit down, lights start to come down, and I sit right next to you, and you don't know me. I mean, you see me once or twice, but you don't really know me. I come in, I sit right next to you, and as you're watching the movie, I start untying your shoe and taking it off, and then taking your sock off. What are you going to ask me?
I'm gonna kick you and I'm gonna say, what are you doing?
What are you doing? This is what's going on here? This is a bit strange. right? If you told me, leave me alone, and I did not leave you alone, who's your next call?
The manager.
Yeah, manager 911, you're getting some help, right? Because there's a crazy person over here undressing me, right? Even if I was told to do foot care on you, does that negate your ability to say no? No. Patients have the right to say no. It doesn't matter what roof they're under. Whether it's at a movie theater, a classroom, or an assisted living facility, you have the right to say no. Good? Do not make the mistake of thinking that a patient has no rights. They have the right to say no. In fact, they can say no at any time. So if you're halfway through a skill and the patient says no, hands off. Because if you continue touching that patient, you can be charged with battery. Absolutely charged with battery. Happened to a dentist not too long ago over on the other coast. Woman comes in, her dentures weren't fitting properly. She sat down in the dentist chair, and he was kind of fiddling with her dentures, and he was hurting her. She kept saying, "Stop, stop, stop." There was like a little piece of metal or something in the dentures that was poking her, and he just kept fiddling with it, and he wasn't listening to her. And she was an older woman, very frail. So he got his dental assistant to hold her down. And she's saying, no, no, no. And she's trying to get up. And I mean, they injured her. Just because somebody is in a medical setting does not mean that we don't have to listen to them. Now, this does change a little bit with dementia, but there's a care plan for that. Okay, good? Makes sense? Okay. Now, once we've done all of that, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Once we've done all of that, then we're going to close that privacy curtain. Let's talk about that curtain for a second. Who touches that curtain?
Everybody.
Everybody. Visitors that have scratched their butt in the elevator, patients that have picked their nose in the bed. Caregivers like nurses and CNAs that have emptied the drainage bag and touched that curtain with their urine-covered gloves. That curtain is not clean. No shade on housekeeping at all. They do a good job, but they only take that thing down once a year and wash it. In between, it's sprayed with sanitizer spray. That curtain is not clean. It should never be considered clean. Now, if you were the patient and I was going to brush your teeth, would you like me to brush your teeth with clean hands or with dirty hands? Clean. So if we know the curtain is dirty, after we touch it, what do you think our next step should be? Wash our hands. Those two actions should be tied in your brain forevermore. If you touch a curtain, wash your hands. Make sense? Good. So our steps are, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. That's our opening. Our critical step here, the one that counts really, 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 really big, do not touch resident until hands are clean. Yes, washed, clean. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you touch that patient before you wash your hands, you could fail the skill. In order to understand why, I have to tell you a little bit about the patient environment. How many of you guys have ever gone to the ER? Okay. When you're sick and you go to the ER, their goal is not to admit you. In fact, their goal is to get you out of the hospital, not let you in. So if you, that is the ER's goal. I could use a couple days off. I can't call up my local hospital and say, hey, can I reserve a room? It doesn't work like that, right? You want a room, go to a hotel, not a hospital. So that means that the people that are admitted are the worst of the worst as far as healthcare effects, right? They're very, very sick. And all of them brought their pathogens with them. So we have an environment that has a ton of pathogens in it, and we have patients who are currently occupied trying to take care of their own issues, their own pathogens. So that means that if we have a pathogen rich environment and an at risk patient, that's a recipe for disaster. Because if we give this patient an additional pathogen to work on, their immune system may not be able to fight both wars, and it can kill our patient. In fact, about 1 out of every 25 patients in a hospital gets an infection they did not come in with. And it kills 1 out of every 12 of those. That's all us. That is 100% on us. Because patients aren't going bed hopping. I guarantee it. That's all because we brought pathogens to them. You guys understand that? That rule supersedes everything else. Don't touch your patient until your hands are clean. Because you could inadvertently transfer a pathogen to somebody who does not have the resources to fight it. And healthcare environments, pathogen-rich environments, everywhere. Shine a black light. It's scary. All right, so in the online program, I have videos like this, and then I have sequencing activities like this. And we're going to do this together to see if we have all of the steps of the opening. So let's see. If you look at this, what is our first step for every skill we do? Every single skill we do. How do we know what we need to do?
Read the care plan.
We want to read that care plan. So that's going to be step 1. Now, what do you want to do? What do we do after we read the care plan? Knock. We got to knock. Yep. And you guys, page 30, if you look at page 30, the steps there, it'll help you. What's our next step?
Say your name and title.
Say their name.
Their name first. Yeah, we got to identify our patient. Want to identify our patient by name. And then we're going to say our name and title. Okay. Then what do we want to tell them? Yeah, what we're going to do. Okay. Then what do you want to do? Okay. Yep. That's part of telling them what we're doing. What do you do after you get permission? Close curtain. All right. And then wash your hands. Yeah. You want to wash your hands before you get your supplies because you have to have clean hands to get your clean supplies. So let's see if we did it right. We got a gold star. Yay, us. So you'll have sequencing activities like this for every single skill that we're going to learn how to do in the online program. Okay, and they're drag and drop. I just took screenshots for you. They're drag and drop activities. There's a ton more activities in there as well. This is just one type of activity you'll see in that online program. All right, so just like every skill starts with the opening, they're all going to end with the closing. So let's go through the steps of the closing. This is going to be on page 34. Now, there's a whole lot more steps in the closing. And there's no way around this. You just kind of have to learn them all. But if you look on page 35 there in the middle of that little graphic, there's 8 C's of the closing. So crazy. Closing, and they all start with C. So you want to make sure the patient is in a clean and safe environment. People rest better when their environment is clean. A cluttered environment tends to create a lot of anxiety. So a lot of CNAs get this wrong. They think that housekeeping is the only one responsible for keeping the patient's room clean. No, housekeeping does the big stuff. CNAs are responsible for keeping the room orderly. Think of housekeeping as your helper, not the other way around. Part of safe, though, is making sure the bed is in the low position. We'll talk about that as we go as well. We also want to make sure the patient is comfortable. And for the test, they actually have to hear that word. Are you comfortable? But comfort is not just physical. Comfort is also emotional. When you have some time to yourself, right? Do you guys all just stare at a blank wall? If you got like downtime, what do you normally look at?
A lot of people look at their phones sometimes.
Phone, number one. Yeah, survey says number one. You'll pull out your phone and you'll go through Instagram, Snapchat, whatever the social media of the day is. You might watch some videos, you might play a game, but you're going to entertain yourself somehow. If you don't have a phone available, if it's broken, if it's on charger, you'll probably flip on the TV or maybe read a book. You do something to entertain yourself. People are social creatures. We need entertainment. So comfort is not just physical comfort, it's also emotional. So for the test, we're going to address that by offering a magazine. You can also offer to turn the TV on, or you can offer, their cell phone. You have to address emotional comfort. It's just easier to offer a magazine. Good. You can also ask if they want the head of the bed up or if they want it down. If they want a nap, I want a nap. Head of the bed down. If I want a snack, I'd like a snack. Head of the bed up, right? So whatever they would like. Patient at the end of the skill always has to be covered, either by clothing or by a sheet, but they have to be covered. Otherwise, it would feel a little awkward. Patients in a hospital gown are not dressed for company, and it can make them feel very vulnerable, so they have to be covered. We're going to open that curtain. And yes, I know I told you have to wash your hands. Now, you don't have to wash your hands immediately. We're also going to give them a call light. That call light is just as dirty as that curtain, people. Patients in bed will scratch what itches and then hit the call light to tell you all about it. That call light is not clean. So it doesn't matter whether you touch the call light first or the curtain first. It doesn't matter. It's the patient's cooties, their cooties or their cooties. It's all the same. It's okay. What you don't want to do is bring outside cooties to the patient. And then we're going to chart if necessary. I'm sorry. Then we're going to wash our hands. Then we're going to chart if necessary. Now, all of those steps up into washing our hands, the order does not matter. Any order you want. Any order you want. It's when we get to cleaning our hands that the order matters. Because remember, those patient cooties are the patient cooties. You don't want to take those patient cooties anywhere else, which is why we wash our hands at the end of the skill. It's also why we wash our hands at the beginning of the next skill, because we might touch things in between, doorknobs or hallway railings or whatever else. So it's really important that we wash our hands at the beginning of the skill during our opening before we touch the patient, and then at the end of the skill before we leave the patient. Good? Make sense? And that's all to help prevent the transfer of pathogens from one place to another. But after we've washed our hands, if we're going to document, we have to pick up a pen. There's no way to know if this pen is clean. In fact, I'd probably venture a guess it's not. So once we document, what do you think you need to do again? Wash your hands. Absolutely. And we're going to get into glove use on Wednesday. I have a whole lecture on that, on infection control and glove use. So don't stress about gloves yet. We're going to get into that. But I need you to understand the steps of your closing. Now, the closing, like I said, the order doesn't matter up to hand washing. So it would sound something like this. Thank you very much, Miss. I always thank my patients. They're a reason I have a job. They're the only reason I have a job. Because these CEOs are not going to hire you and pay you just because you've got a pretty face. They are the only reason you have a job. How many of you guys, real quick, how many of you guys, and don't shout out names, please, but how many of you guys have a hospital you will not go to? Okay. Let's talk about that real quick. I'm going to turn the air on for a second because I'm like burning up. All right, so let's talk about that for a second. When you say that there's a hospital you won't go to, is it because you don't like the layout of the parking lot? Is it because you don't like the color of the building? Is it because you don't like the tile they used on the floor? Is it because I don't know, they
have no bedside manner, no respect.
Okay, all right, so let's get to that. So it's not usually based on the hospital. Right? You have a facility you are not willing to go to, but it's not the facility. You're basing that on the people that you receive care from, not the facility itself, the people. Now, is it possible that those people, was it everybody in the facility, every single person that works in the facility?
Probably not. It's one person made it bad.
Okay, so it might have been a few, could have been a unit, right? It could have just been one. But you're judging an entire organization based on the actions of not the organization, but a few people. Now, is it possible those people don't even work at that organization anymore? Okay, but you're not willing to go back there and give it a try, right? You've already formed your opinion. And you have every right to do that. We have a free market society. That's a good thing. Understand that you and you alone hold your employer's reputation. Because if you are the person that patient forms a bad opinion on and decides, I'm never going back to that facility because of the way I was treated by this person, you are responsible for your employer's reputation. Have you ever stopped to think about that? That's a lot of responsibility, guys. You can cause somebody to absolutely never go back to that hospital again by your actions. 100%. Now, in your mind, you might be saying, well, so what? They don't come back. I mean, there's more people lining up in the ER to get in. Well, over time, that will have an effect. And where it has an effect, honestly, is in Medicare reimbursement, because Medicare pays based on the patient reviews. So if the patient received poor care and they let Medicare know, they get a survey. If they tell Medicare that they received poor service, Medicare is not going to pay the facility very much. So what do you think that's going to do to your paycheck? It does have an impact on you. So when we're doing our closing, I always thank my patient, because I know that I am the face of this hospital right now. And if I don't present this facility in the best possible light, it could have long-term consequences. Does that make sense? So thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Now, the other thing that I always do, and guys, this is just time management. I always ask my patient, is there anything else I can get for you? Now, those two things are not on the test. You don't have to thank your patient. You don't have to ask if there's anything else you need, but I do. And the reason that I do, this is super important. Let's talk about this patient for a second. They have nothing to do. They're just sitting there in bed, bored to tears, self-absorbed, right? They see you running around like a chicken with your head cut off. They know you're busy, but they have nothing to do. So as you're running around, you're getting your skill done, you're rushing out, and you will be rushing, and you don't ask them if there's anything else they need, they're not going to volunteer because they see you're busy. But they're laying there in bed and they're cold, and they have nothing to distract them, and they're really cold. And there is nothing to take their mind off of the fact that they're cold. So they'll put up with it for about 15 minutes before it gets too much. And then you know what they're going to do? They're going to hit that call light and they're going to ask you for a sweater out of the closet or a blanket from the warmer. So that means you're going to stop what you're doing, go answer that call light, and give them their blanket. And then you're going to leave the room. And now you're a little bit peeved because they interrupted you and upset your workflow. So you get back to your patient, you continue doing whatever you're going to do. And this patient over here that you just gave the blanket to, now they're not cold anymore. They're good. But boy, are they thirsty. Now, they're weak, they're sick, they're whatever. They can't get out of bed and get their own water. They know you're busy. They know you're a little irritated right now. So they're going to try to put it off. But the longer they do, the more they're aware of the fact that they're thirsty. And after about 15 or 20 minutes, you know what they're going to do? They're going to hit that call light. They're going to interrupt you and you're going to march down the hallway. What do you want now? Oh, I just want a little drink, please. Really? All right. Pour him a drink, give it to him. And then you leave. And now you're really irritated. And after about 15 or 20 minutes, water in becomes water out. So what do you think they're going to have to do? Yeah. So after 15 or 20 minutes, they're going to hit that call light. And now you are just climbing the walls because this patient won't stay off of the freaking call light, right? And you're mad at them. Is it their fault? Whose fault is it? Yours, because you did not address their preferences before you left. Absolutely. You could have solved that whole issue if you had just said, can I get anything else for you while I'm here? Would you like a blanket? Water? Bathroom? We good? Right? You will speed up your time management with this tip. So I always ask, can I get anything else for you while I'm here? Because it's easier for me to take 2 minutes now than to take 5 minutes in increments later.
So we are required, if we're with one patient, we're required to leave that patient to answer to that one that we previously worked on.
So yes, but you're going to go by your facility policy. And let me tell you why. Okay. 99% of your call lights are going to be water, blankets, toilet. 99% of your call lights. But those call lights are really there. The call lights are there to summon help when they can't do something on their own. Okay. But they're also there for emergencies. So when that call light goes off, you have absolutely no idea if they're having a heart attack. Do you know where the worst place to have a heart attack is?
Hospital.
In the hospital. That's the worst place to have a heart attack. Absolutely worst. Because if you're at home, you start to have chest pain, you're going to call 911. If you're in a hospital, you have chest pain, you hit the call light, it could be 3 hours before somebody gets to you. Right? So call lights are there for an emergency as well. So we should be treating every call light like it's a heart attack. So should you leave patient number 2 and go back to patient number 1? Yes, absolutely. But the problem is 99% of your call lights are blanket, water, toilet. So you start to get jaded and you push off those call lights. Well, let me tell you what happens. Right here in our county, this is many years ago, night shift or evening shift, probably about 10 o'clock, front doors are locked. Call light goes off, nobody pays it any attention. Patient in a room starts yelling, nobody pays it any attention because it's a nursing home, everybody yells. 911 is banging on the door. Firefighters, ambulance, cops, banging on the front door. Nurse goes out, what in the world's going on? They said, you've got an emergency here. She says, no, I don't. I would have called. I'm the only nurse in the building. I didn't call. We don't have an emergency. Yes, you do. Patient by the window had esophageal varices, which are varicose veins inside the esophagus. You don't want to eat anything hard or crunchy. And he had some of his neighbor's Doritos. Sliced open the varicose veins, and he started bleeding into his stomach. Well, stomachs don't like blood. They tend to eject it forcefully. So this patient is now projectile vomiting blood across the room. Well, all of this projectile vomiting irritated the rest of the esophageal varices. This guy is now bleeding out. It looks like a horror scene in the room. The roommate, of course, they hit the call light. Nobody came. The roommate starts yelling for help. which everybody ignored. And by the time 911 got there, it was a ungodly mess. And I don't know if the patient made it or not. So, should we treat every call light like it's an emergency? Yes, we should. Am I going to tell you that people get jaded? Yeah, they do. But I wouldn't want to be in the hospital and have a heart attack. I can tell you that much. I'll probably call 911. Yeah. So we have to remember what those call lights really are there for. And if you take care of your patient's needs before you leave the room, it helps prevent a lot of those, what we call nuisance calls. They're not nuisance to the patient. The patient's cold. They're cold. You need to get them a blanket, right? It's not a nuisance to the patient. But to us, when we're involved in something else, we can see it as a nuisance. Okay, good. So thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I could get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Head of the bed, okay? Good. You're covered. Environment is clean. Here's your call light. Open the curtain. Go wash my hands. Chart if necessary. Wash my hands again. That's your closing. Boy, there's a lot of steps there. A lot of steps there. You just have to learn it. Okay. The good news is you can practice both the opening and the closing in your house at home. You have a door that you can knock on in the bathroom. You have a mirror, so you have somebody to talk to. You have a curtain that you can pull, which is the shower curtain. And you have a sink right there to wash your hands. Perfect. So send everybody else out for ice cream because you'll sound funny talking to yourself, but you can practice the opening and the closing right there in your bathroom at home. Okay. Good. I do have a sequencing activity for this as well. Here's your 8 C's of the closing. Make sure they're clean and safe, comfortable, covered. Open the curtain, give them the call light, clean your hands, chart, and clean your hands again. This is a video that's in the online course and all of the steps involved in the closing. Okay. So now let's talk about hand washing. So let's go to page 44. So there's a couple of things. Let's go back to 44. There's a couple of things that we have to know about hand washing before I show you. And these are testing principles. So on page 44, you can actually see right here, you can actually see the checklist that's going to be used to grade you. And at the top of that checklist, it tells you that they're not going to tell you to go wash your hands. What's your name? Edward? They're not going to say, hey, Edward, go to the sink and wash your hands. They're not going to do that. They're going to grade your hand washing at the beginning and the end of your first skill. So during your opening and closing of your first skill, they're going to grade your hand washing. Good? They're not going to tell you about it. That's because you have to know not just how to wash your hands, but when. So this checklist shows you the steps that are required. But one of these steps messes a lot of people up. If you notice step number 1 there, it says begin hand washing by wetting hands and applying soap to hands. You have to wet your hands first. So those of you that just get some soap in your hands and then start rubbing and then get some water, that won't count for the state exam. You have to wet your hands, get soap, and then rub them. The order matters because otherwise the soap doesn't distribute well. You're also graded on bubble production. I know that sounds weird, but you are. You're graded on bubbles. You have to work up a rich lather. If you don't have enough bubbles, get more soap. Get more soap. Use as much soap as you need to. You paid for that test. You paid for those supplies. Use up the whole thing of soap if you need to. But you want to make sure that you're getting a rich lather. You've got to have bubbles. No bubbles, no pass. Okay. Good. You have to rub for at least 20 seconds. no less, at least 20 seconds. Now, step-by-step instructions are found on page 45. And I'm going to show you how to wash your hands. We're going to learn this together. Where's my hands thing? Oh, there we go. All right. So if you look here, you can see the areas that are most frequently missed on hand washing. Anything red is frequently missed. Like, I don't know why we don't get our thumbs very well, but apparently we don't. This is based on numerous studies and cultures and stuff. But when you wet your hands and you get some soap, you're going to rub them together. Now, you got to rub for at least 20 seconds. So you're going to rub the palms. You're going to circle your wrists. You're going to rub the backs of the hands in between your fingers. And then we're going to pay special attention to those thumbs. So we're going to rub the webbing and the thumb itself on both hands. And then you're going to rub the palms of the hands again last. Okay. So palms, wrists, back, up by the pinky, thumb, and then palms again. And all of that should take at least 20 seconds. More is fine. Less is not. At least 20 seconds. So when I do hand washing, I do everything 3 times. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. If you do that, you will absolutely hit your 20 seconds. Some of you were trained to sing songs while you do hand washing. Don't do that. Because when you're nervous, your singing will speed up. So there's a clock right above the sink. There's one here. There's one in the testing center as well. Use that to make sure that you get your 20 seconds in. After you've done that, then you're going to go down each one of your nails with your thumb to get your cuticles. You're going to circle your nails on the palm of your hand to get underneath your nails, and then you're going to rinse. When you're rinsing, don't touch the faucet, the sink, or anything else but the water. You want to keep your clean hands clean. And here's the hardest part of hand washing. When you're done rinsing, you want to tap to keep the water in the sink. You don't want to shake because pathogens need 3 things to thrive: warm, dark, and moist. Bathrooms are usually 2 or 3 degrees warmer than other environments because we don't like to get chilled when we have a shower. You've been trained to turn the light off in the bathroom when you're not in there. So we already have warm and dark in a bathroom. We know there's bacteria there. We drop them off every day. There's bacteria in the bathroom. You've already got warm. You've already got dark. When you do this, you've add pockets of moisture all throughout that environment, which can lead to bacterial proliferation. And then you walk through that. Think about all the places your shoes go. They go in the patient environment. They go in your car. They go in your home. They go in the supermarket. You will track patient pathogens all over your community if you don't keep your moisture confined. Make sense? Good? Okay. All right. We've already been through that. Okay. So all of these principles that we're learning, everything I just told you, is actually a checkpoint that needs to be checked off. After you've washed your hands and tapped them to keep the water in the sink, you're going to dry them. Doesn't matter how many paper towels. Remember we talked about the test? I told you not to make friends because people are going to talk about, how many paper towels you need. Nobody cares. Nobody's counting. Some teachers out there will overcomplicate things to make themselves seem a little bit more important, and they don't matter. They don't matter. Nobody is counting your paper towels. Here's your checklist. This is the exact checklist used by the state. There's nothing on there about how many paper towels you used.
I have a question on that. So when washing your hands after the drying of the hands, it's patting, it's not complete drying.
Yeah, you can dry, but you're only going to dry what's clean.
Okay, and then are we allowed to use the same tissue to turn off the faucet?
No. Good. Yeah, good question. So we want to dry what's clean, and you want to use as many paper towels as you need to get the clean areas dry. So 2, 3, 4, 8, I don't care. Dry what's clean, but we're going to throw that away. We want to use a clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off because we don't want, you can't touch the faucet with your clean hands. Faucets are dirty. But more importantly, wet paper towels rip. If we're using those wet paper towels from when we dried our hands, we can rip them accidentally, recontaminate our hands, and we wouldn't even know it. So clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off. Very good question. Okay, good. Questions? Oh, this is going through all the stuff. We're going to go through this review really quick. So we can touch the faucet with our dirty hands. Faucet's dirty, hands dirty, no problem. You can turn the faucet on, whatever temperature you want. Doesn't have to be cold or hot, just whatever's comfortable for you. Wet your hands, apply soap, work up a lather, rub for at least 20 seconds. Keep your hands down so the water's running down, not up your arms. You want to wash the palms, the backs of your hands, in between your fingers, your thumb, pinky, all areas. And remember, we have to wash for at least 20 seconds before the nails, before the nails, before the nails. And, and then you can clean your nails. Clean under the nails by rubbing them in a circle. And then we're going to rinse. Keep your hands lower than your elbows when you're rinsing. Tap to keep the water in the sink. Get some paper towels. Dry your hands. Throw them away. And then get a clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off. And again, here's your checklist if you want to double check it. So let me show you the video on this. I know I've got 4 minutes. I still have just a little bit to go. We're going to watch the video. We're going to talk about the review sheet as well. So I'll probably be about 3 minutes over. Just bear with me, okay? Oh.
When you approach the sink, you can touch the faucet with your unclean hands because the faucet is considered the dirtiest object in the bathroom. Adjust the water temperature for comfort and wet your hands. Apply soap and rub all surfaces of your hands vigorously, focusing on the front and back of your hands and in between all fingers. Circle the top of your wrists as well. Friction is the key to removing all pathogens from the surface of your skin. Friction should be applied for at least 20 seconds to be effective. After washing with friction, the nails must be cleaned. Run one thumb down the length of each nail, starting at the cuticle and moving toward the end of the nail. Repeat with all fingers of both hands. Then clean under your nails by scrubbing the underside of your nails along your palm to remove debris. Carefully rinse your hands under the stream of water with your fingertips pointing downwards, taking care not to touch the inside of the sink or the faucet. Tap your fingers together to ensure that all water droplets remain in the sink. Take paper towels from the paper towel dispenser and dry all surfaces of your hands, the front, back, between your fingers, and your wrists, taking care not to allow the paper towels to touch the unwashed areas of your lower arms. Throw these paper towels directly into the trash bin. Finally, take a clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off, because wet paper towels may rip and recontaminate your hands.
Any questions on that? All right, real quick. On the online program, we have, this is the skill for hand washing video that you just saw is on there. But you can also see the care plan. You can see the checklists are there. The sequencing activity like we did with the opening, we have that here too. So you're going to turn the water on, wet your hands, get soap. You're going to lather for at least 20 seconds, clean your nails, rinse all surfaces, dry, and then turn your water off. So again, that's a sequencing activity to help you put everything into perspective. Indirect care really boils down to how we're treating the patient. We basically want to treat the patient the way we would want to be treated if we were in that position. You know, talk to them, give them explanations, treat them with care and compassion, because you're being graded on it on the checklist. You are being graded on it. So think about things like eye contact, tone of voice, rate of speech, facial expression, body language, explanations, posture, and attitude. Those all go into indirect care. And you're being graded on it, guys. So your homework, you're going to go home and read chapter 1 in the yellow book. This book. Remember, don't make notes in the yellow book. You're going to return that on the last day of class. You're going to take the test on page 181 in the white book, and then you're going to grade it on using page 201. We do have a CPR class coming up on Saturday. I'll remind you of this on Wednesday. While you're enrolled in the program, CPR is $45. After graduation, it goes up to $55. So Saturday 9 to 1, we have a CPR class. You don't need CPR for the class. You don't need it for the test. You will need it to work. So you probably want to get it while it's on sale.
Because it's CPR and
CPR is BLS.
okay.
I don't do first aid right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
But I'll talk to you more about that on Wednesday as well.
Okay.
Okay. I will also have one on the final Monday of class in the afternoon. So we have 2 CPR dates during each class session. All right. So your review sheets. These are always for every class in the thing on the wall right there. You can actually see them. You'll see that they have a class number on them. So every class has a review sheet. Okay. If I forget to give them out at the end of class, if we're running late, just grab it on your way out. Okay. So let me pass these out. If you can take one and pass it. Thank you. Take one and pass it. These are double-sided review sheets. This covers everything that we went over in class today. If you keep these review sheets at the end before you go test, they make a very, very good review packet for you to just kind of put everything in a quick and easy review. Okay, and these are relatively new. I just started doing these review sheets about 3 classes ago. And the students are I'm getting really good feedback on them. So everything that we covered will be in there. Does anybody have any final questions for me today?
When will we need to use these things?
Oh, okay. On next Monday, class 3, bring your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes. Thank you. I forgot to bring that up. Class 3, you'll need to bring your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes with you. All right. We will see you on Wednesday at 9.
So I have a question. I know you didn't go with, but what if a patient says no? Then do you go back to the nurse?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime the patient refuses, try to find out why.
Okay.
Because that way you can tell the nurse. But be nice about it, obviously. But yeah, just tell the nurse.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Are you gonna say a little bit Wednesday, after Wednesday?
Let's do that. We'll plan it.
You guys want to do some practice?
Yeah, Jeremy, I think my
Yeah.
Yeah, she got my number too. So Wednesday, a little bit later. you want to
Grab
grab
my-
this too?
my chair.
Okay, that's good. To sign up for that CPR class for Saturday, do we sign up over at your uniform shop and pay there?
You actually don't have to sign up. You just come that day.
Oh,
I am working on the sign up form online,
okay,
where you'll be able to sign up and pay online. It's just not ready yet.
okay.
What time is the class?
From 9 to 1 on Saturday.
Same hours.
Same hours. Let me pull this up to.
Nice meeting you, Tara.
Nice to meet you, Maria. I look forward to working together on Wednesday.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.